Why is... There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's what Papa's talking about. Hello. How's it going? My nose is all red. That's annoying. It's a big red spot on my nose. I don't care much for that. How goes it? I'm a little bit tired. I apologize for that. Dimitri is surfing the glass right now. He's excited for Sludge just as much as anyone. Yeah, I'm a little bit tired. It took me a while to get to sleep last night. I took it as an opportunity to edit a little bit of Sludge. A little bit. I got through like quarter of the last stream, and I got another quarter done before this. And I'm hoping to like sorry, gracious. I'm hoping to finish off the last stream tonight. So that way I could just like start getting worked on the thermal thruster video. I sound awful. Thanks. Jeez. Mm. Oh boy. Well, hold on. I'm pretty sure that there's some ones that we missed from last time. I sound good. Or I I'm not that bad, am I? Like I took a little nap earlier, like a little bit of one, but I'm not that bad, am I? Jesus Christ. Do I go dunk my head in some water or something? And then I'll be ready? Good. I only a little bit just woke up. Everyone seems genuinely concerned for my well-being when it's just like, I'm a bit tired. I've started off worse than this, guys. We can relax a bit. I drank water like 20 days ago. We're all good. Um, okay, fucking... I apologize. I had a lot of chili. I finished off the chili I made. Uh, hold on, let me check the goddamn Discord. Okay, where are the suggestions? Top 10 most terrifying prehistoric creatures and top 10 most terrifying prehistoric monsters, both by prehistoric animals. Oh god, I see it. Almost identical titles. Uh, oh Christ, it's another animal ranking hub. Okay, well we could just go to the channel to see what this guy's doing. I want to see like what ones did we miss last time? Also, what the fuck is this? What is this crap? Um, which ones did we miss last time? Mr. Big. Yep. Unknown to sciences is short and simple, but it's an elasmosaurus. Unknown, unknown to sciences. Is that just what it's called? Oh, is that just the... Is that the boy? Yep, he's gonna do the... He's gonna do his waddle. Come on, do the thing. Do it. Yeah, there he goes. There he goes. Beautiful. Oh, jeez. Jesus Christ. That's a bug. It's a bug. Well, now we know where it comes from. This is released to be a god tier shit post. What do the newest comments have to say? The Trunkosaurus's long lost relative. Uh Funny how this animation is associated with Platypelodon whenever it's mentioned in those top 10 scariest animals you're so glad are extinct videos. Crazy, right? Okay. Okay, one of the videos we missed last time was Nightmarish Animals You're Glad Are Extinct. By Kelevin. I think I know which one this is. Yep, that's the guy. That's Salmonella at Home. That's the one I was thinking of. And then there was like the Spinosnack diseases video. A disease. A disease. I don't even know if I want to do that one. Like, that one just sounds like it'll be boring. I'm not even gonna lie about that. Um, because Spinosnack has such a wide diversity of content. There's this video where he's utterly terrified to say the name Nigersaurus. Because it's like, oh, this dinosaur's name is one letter off from a very naughty word. It's just like, dude, it's the name of a fucking country. Can we please just be mature about the name of Nigersaurus, for fuck's sake? We can't explain. No, you just won't say its fuck-ass name. You ding-dong. You fucking weenie ass. Also, I have to check. I'm sorry, I just have to. I thought that lady had her boobs out for a second there. It wouldn't surprise me on shorts. Let's see. I don't know if he has uploaded. I don't think he has. He has not. Not in 3 whole months. Good. Keep it that way. That's got to be Spinosnack. What happens if you drop Carnotaurus in the modern world? Yep. Just a bunch of PNGs floating on screen. Anyway. Maybe he got arrested. Maybe. Wouldn't that be nice? Listen, if he uploads anything again, then we will react to another one of his videos. That is the condition. That's how it be. Uh okay, where it's an hour and 44 minutes. That's gotta just be like a compilation thing. Why does every dinosaur evolve into a chicken? Just gonna it just I don't know who I need to strangle, right? I really don't. Like, do I have to strangle all the educators for just not getting it across the way evolution works, like they're supposed to? Cause like I was on Twitter earlier today and I saw something like this. Like, fucking, let me just grab the Twitter link. And just let da 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 da. From Super Predator to Chicken? And this is meant to be evolution? It's like, that's not how it fucking works! It's... I'm the only thing I'm happy about is the fact that, like, hey, the people very obviously correcting this schlock are getting way more likes than the actual schlock itself. Yeah, evolution cares about how cool an animal is. It's cool. It's just like, well, wait a sec. There hasn't been a meteor for like 66 million years, so why don't the chickens just go back to being a T-Rex already? It's just... It really just boils down, I think, reactions like
Twitter
this.
lobotomites are so annoying.
I agree. But shit like this, I think, boils down to just, like, humans. Primarily human evolution, because it's just, like... We go from little mammal to monkey to ape to human. And that seems like a pretty... like a pretty linear upgrade path, right? Because humans, of course, are the best at everything. Obviously. We're as good as it gets. So why isn't everything evolving to be as good as possible like humans? Ponder on that one. It's just like, oh, you know, that makes sense. You know, everything has had time to evolve into humans. Why hasn't everything just evolved into humans if that's the best thing that you can possibly evolve into? It's like, hey, maybe things aren't trying to evolve into humans. Yeah, it's because there's already lizard people. You see, the lizard people, what they're doing is they're killing off all the other intelligent races so that only them and the humans that they can control remain. That's my conspiracy theory. Yeah, why hasn't every predator evolved into dragonflies? Hmm. Um. So yeah, this sounds like it'll be incredibly frustrating to get through. This one just seems stupid. 7 billion dodos versus 1 million T-Rex. Like, hey, I gave a million T-Rex 7 billion snacks. I don't know what happened to my nose. There's just a big red spot on it. I don't know. There is, of course, dinosaurs that were straight up psychopathic killers. Like, what is any amount of dodos going to do to a T-Rex? The most I could think is, like, that thing that Japanese honeybees do, where they'll just, like, warm up. They'll just, like, create so much friction that it's like a convection oven, and they cook the T-Rex to death in the middle of the giant dodo pile. Yeah, like, why are you making all these videos if you can't explain anything? Fuck it. I choose this one. We'll be on this one for almost certainly like 2 hours, so we're gonna save that one for the end. Um, we got these three lined up, so let's. What the fuck? Sorry, the chat just went really fast on my screen. Who would win in a fight between 100 dogs and 100 billion pieces of kibble? True. This is not Animal Ranking Hub. This is top 10 most terrifying prehistoric animals by Prehistoric Animals, which is good. So let's see what you've got. Oh, closed captions.
Our journey.
Okay, so right out of the gate, we have AI-generated image, video, or thumbnail, and footage with no narration, only sound effects. Right out of the gate. So that is a very good start. I don't know how anyone finds this shit, dude. I really don't.
Was finally coming to its end.
Oh, we're Lind of Bang, Bared Het Witteg and. Oh, okay. I get it now.
We had set out to discover the wonders of the sea, but instead we were greeted only by hellish nightmares.
We were? Oh, I love Deadly Catch.
That night, we would experience its final acts of cruelty.
That night? What is happening? Huh? I'm lost already.
Most of the men were below deck in their beds, blissfully unaware of the horrors we had awoken.
The what?
Creatures you wouldn't believe existed.
Oh my god.
Most of all,
pirates.
The Kraken.
What? Pirates! What is happening? What? Oh man, I love Pirates of the Caribbean too. Oh, it split that one ship into two smaller ones. That's much more efficient.
It's too strong.
Rah! Ba-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Okay. What? You know, the Kraken being mentioned, that is a fictional animal or a cryptid. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, I don't know what this is. Like, is this a top 10 video? Top 10 prehistoric animal, the Kraken, I guess. Mythology and fiction explain. I was under the impression this would be prehistoric animals. Okay, we get it. Mythology and fiction explained. You've explained it 3 times now. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Okay, that's almost a cuttlefish. It sounded like a fucking dryer was going off in the other room.
There is this misconception that the Kraken is a beast that originates from Greek mythology.
What? I thought it came from the giant squid.
Release the Kraken! But why?
Well, shiny Liam Neeson pretending to be Zeus obviously doesn't help in this case.
What? You what? What? That's... What? That's gotta be meaningless. What? Yeah, it's like they wanted to use the clip from Clash of the Titans, but they just AI generated it instead and had weird fucking CinemaSins commentary in the background. Okay.
To say the ancient Greeks enjoyed sailing around is a colossal understatement.
What the fuck is going on?
Shiny Liam Neeson, of course. We finally completed our shiny hunt, and we found shiny Liam Neeson. He looks pretty similar to regular Liam Neeson, but it's the thrill of the hunt that brings us here.
Ah yes, I finally got my shiny Liam Neeson with proper IVs and all stats.
Already beat you to it, motherfucker.
So naturally, they would have many stories of monsters at sea.
The works of Homer helped to popularize creatures such as Scylla and Charybdis.
And the
But
donut.
neither one of these really resembles a kraken. The most
What are we doing here?
Terrifying of all these creatures was Cetus, A giant fish, whale, shark, sea monster thing.
Cetus Ethiopius, the legendary Ethiopian sea monster, ultimately slain by Perseus.
The confusion then goes when both the original Clash of the Titans and the 2010 remake refer to this creature as the Kraken.
Okay. When are we gonna get to the prehistoric animals? When are we gonna get to the fireworks factory? Hi, Brandy. Brandy, are you seeing this shit?
Also, the phrase release the Kraken is infinitely cooler than release the Cetus, because it sounds too much like fetus. But maybe that's
I'm baffled. When are we gonna get to the prehistoric animals, dude? Liam Neeson and the shiny fetus. Yeah, this is super sloppy. What the fuck?
that's just me.
You're not anyone. Yeah? Very speaking, Britain. Okay. Leif Erikson Day. Hinga dinga durgan. What are we doing?
Stories of the Kraken originate from Scandinavian folklore in the early 12th century.
Krogan's what they called it in original Scandinavian. Well, we ain't original Scandinavians, are we?
This creature, the Kraken, is not mere sailor's fancy. My own accounts confirm its existence in the northern seas.
Okay. I don't know what the fuck we're doing here.
Known as the Hafgufa, this legendary giant squid-like creature has long haunted the imaginations of sailors.
It's literally just like the history of the Kraken. This has nothing to do with prehistoric animals.
Hurry!
We're going to die.
Oh.
Help us! Someone help us!
No, I think you guys will be okay. You just materialize out of nowhere again.
Spanning across the North Atlantic, these three islands, Ireland, Iceland,
What
and
the
Greenland,
fuck?
share a rich, interconnected history.
What? What? Turtle? Uh-huh.
This video makes me feel like I've woken up overheated, stumbled over to my bathroom, and violently sneezed blood into the sink.
That's one way to put it, yeah. This is... Am I currently being lobotomized right now? Is that what it feels like? The brain. Brain. Oh, I love Free Willy. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Oh my god, this fucking sucks. This sucks so bad. Can we please get to the point? It's been 6 minutes almost. We're almost halfway through this fucking video. We haven't seen one prehistoric animal.
What the fuck is going on in here on this day?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's... It's just... There's nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing here. It's all nonsense. Is that my lifespan ticking down? Please? Oh my fucking god, we get it. Pirates of the Caribbean 2. We all saw the movie.
Somehow this is about the Triassic Kraken.
Imagine if that's what this all is leading up to. Yeah, that's a cuttlefish, kind of. Almost.
Look out, behind you. We need more line. Fire! Fire now!
Oh, hello?
Alfred Lord Tennyson and his...
I am going to be sick. What the fuck is this?
People watch this. There are people who watch shit like this, and they're just like, wow, you know what? I'm gonna make a whole movie out of AI now. Yeah, we finally got our good friend Mr. Narrator back. Yay.
His work of the Kraken.
Yeah? No. No, he's gone already. He's gone!
This video's contents are as empty as my brain. Anyway, have a great rest of stream. I can't take this.
We're already losing people! What do I gotta do? What do I gotta do to keep you entertained? Do I juggle? I don't have any, like, balls or anything. I have no balls. Just anything, please. Please! I beg you! Oh my god. Get on with it! I can only stomach so much AI-generated nonsense goop. I'm fast-forwarding, dude. Like, what are we doing here? Uh-huh, the city is destroyed. Oh, the Necomon. That's my favorite Digimon. What?
It's got another one. Help him.
The audio isn't even synced up to whatever the fuck is happening. Not that anything is happening. Oh my god. Yep, it's a monster. It sure is doing something. Yep, it's a monster!
From space, we can clearly see the 7 continents that make up our world.
I bet we can! What does that have to do with anything? Hello? Nope, it's gone. Gone. Yep, that's... And it's a whale. Not an actual kind of whale, obviously. Oh, for fuck's sake. What are we doing here? What the fuck is that? What? Okay, Jules Verne. That's what we're doing here. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Because this is... I know, Brandy, I know. I know, it's just awful. Do you want to come up here? Brandy, do you want to watch this shit? No, she's backing away. She's scared of me. She's scared. She doesn't... Get out of here, Brandy. You don't want none of this. We're watching AI goop videos. It's terrible. Brandy does not like this. Like, yeah, I think we might... Wait, was that Davy fucking Jones?
The Kraken!
I don't know who that is. What? Yep, the audio is completely desynced. There's Captain Jack Sparrow. Very unambiguously, Captain Jack Sparrow. That's how... There's Davy Jones! That's just... Oh, God. Oh, Davey, you're not looking too good.
Welcome to the cruise of monsters, where the singing never stops. We'll eat and dance until we drop.
What? What?
Ah, 20 Teolaucules, my favorite Jules Verne novel.
It's good. What's happening? I think what's supposed to be happening here is we're supposed to be seeing, like, depictions of the Kraken in media. If I'm not mistaken, we had, like, you know, Clash of the Titans, Pirates of the Caribbean 2. Maybe, like, in Kong Skull Island, he does eat a big squid.
Just dropped in. What the hell did ARH conjure?
I wish this was Animal Ranking Hub, dude. I don't know what this is supposed to... The cartoon was supposed to be? I don't know what that was supposed to be. Is this supposed to be fucking Hydra? From the Marvel movies?
She's tightening her grip. Fire everything we've got at the
Is
tentacles.
this Kraken subliminal messaging or something?
Maybe. That is a distinct possibility.
Okay, I just checked the channel. There are 2 videos with this exact title. The other one actually has stuff.
Well, I figure we're getting into the good stuff now.
Aye, Captain. Bracing for impact.
Is this Sea of Thieves, maybe? Oh. Oh, he just sort of...
3, 2, 1, jump!
What?
Oh yes, that's the one.
Oh, you dropped your phone, you dumbass! You dropped it into the canyon! Go get it! Go get it, stupid!
Unleash the beast. The Kraken. Black spiced rum.
Oh. We got another sponsored one! Uh-huh. Uh-huh. See, now it's interesting. We have to, like, piece together what the fuck they're even talking about. Squidward. Squidward. Yeah? Are you good? Nope, I don't think she is. What? What? John, we have to stop the Kraken. No, John, you are the Kraken. And then John was a squid. Oh. It's creatures and monsters. I clicked the wrong one. Oh. Well, this one looks like it could be something.
Oh, my aching tentacles.
Yeah, I apologize for accidentally clicking on the wrong one, but I feel like we got some entertainment out of that, at least when it wasn't really boring.
The AI was right about one thing. I need rum.
I clicked the wrong... I'm sorry, can you blame me? Because all of these have, like, the exact same fucking title. It's Top 10 Most Terrifying Prehistoric Animals. Top 10 Most Terrifying Prehistoric Creatures. Top 10 Most Terrifying Prehistoric Monsters. They're all the same. There's no variation in between them. I try to vary up my sludge titles. I try. Okay, let's try this one. Let's try this one.
This stunning mountain range, stretching across North America, is rightfully considered one of the most scenic places in the U.S.
Wow, it's not real. It doesn't exist. It's AI goop. Okay, let's just pretend that the Kraken never happened, because it didn't.
Hard to believe that at some point, this area was covered by a sea. Home to a vast number of underwater giants, true monsters for whom any marine predator alive today would have been easy prey. That sea was named the Western Interior Seaway.
Uh-huh. Oh, goodbye. What? Okay. Oh, okay. This Oreo Evicti Hunchin Arts Hunting Foragdon and Suvitin and Sunging Prialdorosian and Incioned and Me After the Stroke.
80 million years ago, it divided what later became North America into 2 parts.
Oh, goodbye,
Laramidia
Michigan.
in the west and Appalachia in the east. At its greatest size, it was 2,500 feet deep.
Oh, my head. I have a headache already. It hasn't even been 40 minutes.
970 kilometers wide, and over 2,000 miles, 3,200 kilometers long.
Ancient waters were ruled by giant reptiles,
Christ.
up to 50 feet in length.
Oh. He gave us the old turnaround. His head was here, and then it just, like, morphed over onto the complete opposite side of his body. As you do when you're made of AI.
Giant turtles as large as modern SUVs.
Modern. That counts. Yeah, that counts. Same modern.
colossal predatory
Oh my
fish
God.
up to 20 feet long.
Bro, that guy's dead. That guy is wicked dead. Holy shit. He's gone. He didn't stand a chance.
Capable of swallowing humal-sized prey whole.
Humal-sized.
Some creatures were so powerful that they could easily crush a car with their jaws.
Oh. It didn't look that easy.
But
It
the
looks
most
like he struggled with
iconic
that.
figure of this ancient sea was the ultimate predator.
Uh-huh.
The deadliest and most invincible underwater inhabitant of all time.
If it's so invincible, why'd it go extincted?
The Western Interior Seaway was home
Rawr.
to everything terrifying and gigantic that you can and
You already said that. You're repeating yourself. Also, the guy exploding his thumbnail bait. Hi, Brandy. Do you want to watch this one? This one's better. This one doesn't have the Kraken in it. Looky. Come on. Join me. Join me, my child. Come here. No, you can't escape me. You can't escape me. She's escaping me. Listen, pterosaurs can swim. That's like the general consensus, is that they dive into water and swim. Right? Like that's just what they're doing. So clearly that's what this is depicting. Clearly.
cannot imagine.
The Western Interior Seaway was home to everything terrifying and gigantic that you can and cannot imagine.
Yeah, you literally just said that.
The first one of these incredible predators we want to introduce to you goes by the name of Tylosaurus.
Okay.
And believe me, if it suddenly appeared in our seas...
Well, hey, that does look like a T-Rex. Surely what they mean is Tylosaurus Rex, right? Right?
It would be a true titan of terror for all marine creatures without exception. It belonged to the genus Mosasaurus.
No, you just said it was Tylosaurus. That's a blatant contradiction is what that is. And incorrect taxonomy because Mosasaurus and Tylosaurus are two different things.
Group of giant marine reptiles.
And was one of the largest representatives of its kind.
What the fuck?
Tylosaurus.
How do we talk about this guy over here? He seems like a pretty large representative. What is that, a fucking Big Daddy?
Corriger was the most common and one of the largest species.
And 100 long, reaching a length of 46 feet and weighing approximately 18,800 pounds. But don't be deceived by... It was a very fast and agile predator, able to hunt
Oh,
confidently
no,
in the dark
because it
and
vomits.
devour other large predators
It
with
just
ease.
vomits.
Its flexible aerodynamic body
Nephilim.
allowed Tylosaurus to reach high speeds, making it extremely difficult for the prey to escape.
Its massive tail, which made up almost half of its entire body length, enabled it to easily maneuver while chasing prey.
With a lightweight, kinetic
Oh
skull,
no, it got the
this
bird.
giant could swallow surprisingly large prey.
Oh, you dropped it. You
In the
fucking
stomach
dropped it.
of the relatively small Tylosaurus nepiolocus, they found teeth of the huge Tychodus mortinae.
What?
Which could reach 33 feet in length, and remains of Platycarpus planifrons, a marine lizard from the Moses.
As you can see,
Oh, good.
Tylosaurus
Yeah, no.
wasn't picky about food. It ate everything in its path. Small.
There was like an Opabinia there on the left. Did you see it? Looks like there's a snippety snap up here. Kind of. Like a little bit. I think it's trying to be a fucking plesiosaur, but it's got like eyes here. What the hell?
Small animals, other large predators,
fuck it up.
and even members of its own genus,
Oh, they're kissing.
the mosasaurs.
Oh.
The length of its skull was 4 to 5 feet on average.
No, this is not Animal Ranking Hub. It's just basically the same.
Allowing it to bite off large chunks
Oh.
of prey or swallow them whole.
Swallow
much like
them?
modern monitor lizards.
Monitor lizards. Well, those are the closest living relatives of mosasaurs. Oh boy.
Recently, the skeleton of a small, short-necked Plesiosauria dolichroncops, a reptile about 8
Dolichrocops. Dolichoryncops, if you will.
feet long.
It's hard to imagine, but it swallowed this reptile whole.
No, it didn't. See, he just spit it out right there.
Breaking a few of its bones in the process,
Ow.
yet not even scratching the bones with its teeth.
Gross. Oh, no. Oh, it's the vor.
As for Tylosaurus's teeth, they were extremely sturdy, flattened on the
We're 4 minutes into this video. Are we gonna get another species, or is it just 10 minutes of Tylosaurus?
We glossing over the teeth found in its stomach.
I think it's saying that it found the teeth of another species in its stomach contents. I think because this is fucking incomprehensible.
inside with a rounded outer surface, likely for holding on to slippery, agile marine creatures.
Okay, at least he held on to those ones. Good job.
The perfect killing
He didn't drop
machine,
them.
from which there was no escape.
It's always just fucking swimming T-Rexes. It's not even attempting to look like an actual mosasaur. It's just a swimming fucking T-Rex.
The perfect killing machine.
You just said
from
that.
Which there was no escape.
Rawr. Run, 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 run.
If a potential victim tried to hide in the deep, where visibility was poor, Tylosaurus could easily find it there.
With its
Aided
sonar
by clusters
powers.
of sensitive nerve endings, or perhaps even electroreceptors located on the tip of its skull.
I mean, it also probably could have used its forked tongue that it probably had because it was basically a big monitor lizard.
The rostrum. Some skulls have been found with a broken rostrum that had healed during the animal's
Youch.
lifetime, with a bony growth forming in its place. This species was really aggressive, as evidenced by numerous discovered signs of skeletal damage sustained as the result of battles with various predators.
That's
often
true.
including their own kind. It's believed that regular interspecies conflicts among Tylosaurus and other mosasaurs were common.
Instead of hunting,
It's believed that doomed Yowie was very common among Tylosaurus and other mosasaurs.
weaker prey, they fought each
Ooh.
other, often wounding and eating one another,
Well, that's
rarely
cannibalism,
surviving to
Engine.
old age.
That is definitely cannibalism, if they're eating each other. I feel like we've had some scientists say a lot of these are unrelated. It's all fucking T-Rex. Let's see. Plenty of these are fictional. I'm going to say this is a misleading video title because there is no list. Therefore, it cannot matter. Let's continue.
If the largest Tylosaurus were to swim alongside today's great white shark,
If it were
would
still
definitely
alive
make the
today.
shark quite nervous. At 47 feet in length, it would be more than 3 times the size of...
What the fuck is this? What is this? I don't like this.
the shark, and 8 times as heavy. With a mouth over 5 feet long, almost half the
Rawr.
length of
Oh.
the entire great white shark.
Oh!
This underwater
Oh, dude, you ripped it in half! Bro, he's fucking dead. Holy shit. That's one of the best kills we've seen in this style. God damn, show us more of that shit. To show you the power of flex tape, I sawed this shark in half. Oh my lord.
water monster could easily bite it in half. Tylosaurus was undoubtedly one of the most formidable predators of the western interior seaway.
It sure was, kid. Sure was.
However, it wasn't the
However.
species ruling these ancient waters.
Oh, is there another one? Do we get to talk about something
Among
else?
its relatives in the Mosasauridae genus, another fearsome creature, Mosasaurus hoffmanni, was a strong contender.
Mosasaurus
Oh.
hoffmannii, a giant
Hoffmannii.
whose appearance instills real terror.
Instead of a mosasaur, it was a different mosasaur. Potentially, maybe bigger, a little bit. Not by much. Especially not bigger than, like, Tylosaurus Rex. They've all had legs. They just all have legs.
Was a distant relative of monitor lizards that decided the seas would be a better environment for them.
Good. That's the closest we're gonna get to a mosasaur, is actually making it look like a monitor lizard. With something of a paddle tail. Sure, man. Sure. It's still got legs.
And they were right.
Yeah? What?
This species of mosasaur is the type species of its genus.
Wow.
And belongs to the subfamily Mosasaurinae.
Among the
Mosasauridae.
dozens of other mosasaurs, it stood out for its monstrous size and incredibly powerful build.
And its legs that it had.
This species was literally the pinnacle of evolution within its family.
That's so meaningful.
A perfectly balanced predator.
That's just a T-Rex. Just a T-Rex.
This marine monster reached colossal proportions.
Uh-huh, it sure did.
One lower jawbone found in the Penza region of Russia was 5.5 feet long.
I love when they just don't know what the fuck to have the paleontologists be doing, so they're just kind of like, they're just like scratching at the fossils with their tools, just like, duh, duh, woo, woo. Like fucking Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson trying to open up the computer in Zoolander.
There have been other jaw fragments that indicate lengths of up to 6.5 feet.
Yeah, that's how big those are. That's also how digging up fossils works.
Estimates of the total length of Mosasaurus hoffmanii vary.
Oh,
averaging
117
between 50
meters.
to 56 feet.
Some researchers suggest it could have been 43 feet, 13 meters long.
While others theorize lengths exceeding 56 feet.
You already said that.
In any case, this mosasaur was the largest marine predator of its time.
Biggest ever. Biggest ever. Oh wait, we do have a bingo. I didn't even notice. It's a diagonal. Diagonal. Also, we've definitely had some instances of this. Definitely, for sure. And also that. Goody! Let's continue.
And could have been larger than any other marine predator of the Cretaceous period.
Like the dolphins that were there.
The weight of M. hoffmanii might range from 33,000 to 60,000 pounds. If we go by the maximum size and weight estimates, we're looking at the largest carnivorous
You
marine
already
reptile
said that!
among hyperpredators.
Compared to the great white shark, this monster was 4 times greater in length.
Some great white shark this guy is. He's not as great as the
more than
mosasaur.
20 times heavier.
Please just get on with it. I'm so tired already.
The reptile's skull stood out among other mosasaurs for its sheer might.
And so did its neck,
Unlike the
apparently.
jaws of-
Bro, it looks like the old lady from SpongeBob who doesn't like chocolates. Like, just look at that. Look. Hold your horses.
The reptile's skull stood out among other mosasaurs for its sheer might.
Look, it just like tapers off into a little end there. It's just a head attached to a little stick. They're selling chocolates! I remember when they first invented chocolates. Sweet, sweet chocolate. I always hated it!
Unlike the jaws of Tylosaurus, which were extremely flexible and mobile.
What?
The jaws of this giant were
Rawr.
less functional, and likely sawed through the flesh with back and forth movements.
Youch.
Its deep-rooted teeth aided this process.
I thought you was gonna say its teeth aided the fish. He aided it.
The crowns were powerful, slightly flattened on the sides, with sharp cutting edges.
Slowly used for crushing and slicing flesh.
Flesh. Good.
Still, with jaws as long as the average human height, this animal could not only saw through its prey,
but also swallow enormous chunks.
No, it couldn't. It got away. It's vomiting again. Of course it is.
Unlike some predators with an excellent sense of smell, such as the bonnethead shark.
What?
Which can detect a few drops of blood from miles away.
Why would you go for the bonnethead shark of all things? Also, that poor
This
thing.
underwater giant relied on its eyesight for hunting. Its
a shark can detect a giant fucking bucket of blood from a mere 3 feet away.
large eye sockets allowed it to capture more light, resulting in far-reaching vision.
Whoa. What?
However, its binocular vision was weak.
Uh-huh.
Only covering an angle of about 29 degrees.
Who's this guy?
This predator couldn't accurately estimate the distance to its prey.
Man, something exciting must be going on underwater. Rawr. Oh, you ate mud, you stupid ass.
As for the lack of a strong sense of smell, there's a theory that the reason for this was its absolute dominance as a hyperpredator.
What?
Its status allowed Mosasaurus hoffmanii to feed on fresh prey and avoid scavenging.
What? Huh?
Which it would have needed a strong sense of smell for.
What? But you just said it didn't have one. I'm confused.
Why sniff out dead prey when evolution had given everything to become the best underwater predator? Its main objective was to spot the prey. It was a done deal.
Okay, so you know that what is happening? First of all, mosasaurs could smell. They just smelled differently than we do because they smell with their tongues, with their forked lizard tongues. So I imagine they'd be able to scavenge just fine. I just, not to mention, they could just see a dead body. They could just see that. They don't need to smell it. They could, if they have such great eyes, then they could see it. I'm just so perplexed.
With a long, streamlined body.
Rawr. Oh. Finally! We get that Nanaimo-Toothus versus Mosasaurus fight that we've all been waiting for. When was this made? 9 months ago. How do they know? Who told them?
Point functional flippers.
It's a dolphin. Dolphin with gills.
And a well-developed shark-like fin at the end of its tail.
Why are we just showing random cetaceans?
It was able to reach high speeds and maneuver pretty well.
Fish, you missed the part in that rarely seen animals vid where the drunk narrator says Charles Darwin saw the frog in his chili. The frog was from Chile.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was zoning out through a lot of that video because it was really fucking boring. I apologize.
Perhaps as effectively as its relative, the Tylosaurus.
Uh-huh. You're kind of just making Mosasaurus sound like a bit of a worse Tylosaurus because it has worse eyes and can't smell.
M. hoffmanii was an active apex predator.
I love Free Willy.
Its prey included the largest marine creatures, from
Blech.
giant fish, including sharks, and even its own kind.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Like Tylosaurus, the Mosasaurus often engaged in deadly battles with each other.
I bet it fucking did. Can we wrap it up?
It's believed that this predator could also ambush its prey in deep water.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
And was capable of long pursuits.
Yep. Wow, what a limp note to end on.
No guys, trust me, I is the future. Look at all those shapes and colors, wow. So impressive. It even gets the animal right sometimes, so cool.
That's a bit too generous. I didn't see anything that looked even remotely like a mosasaur. Sound gone. Sound gone. That was misery-inducing. That was awful. Is there anything else on this wonderful channel? Oh, is there ever? So we saw that one, the prehistoric creatures. We saw the Kraken, and then there's the Monstars. That man's holding a squid. Top 10 the awesome prehistoric dinosaurs.
One of two options. More trend max, sludge, or animals evolved to escape extinct predators by Tasuki Cove, palate cleanser.
I don't... Can we do something that's not sludge on sludge streams? What is this? Animals evolved to escape extinct... Like, this sounds like sludge. What the fuck is this? Okay, I know what this is. Okay, yeah. Animals evolved to avoid predators that no longer exist. That's fair enough. I don't know if I really want to watch someone's, like, actually good video for sludge, assuming that's what this is. Which, maybe it is. I don't know, I haven't seen it. But, like, it seems like it's more put together than some sludge garbage. He's scared of a ghost. Prehistoric monsters that dominated before dinosaurs by the wild spectrum. Okay, like, what are we gonna get on this list, right? We're gonna get Arthropleura, we're gonna get fucking Jacalopterus, we're gonna get Helicoprion, we're gonna get Inus Transevia. I can see the video before it even happens. Wild spectrum. Oh, Christ. Oh, boy.
Long before the first dinosaur took a step on land, a very different kind of monster ruled the Earth. In oceans that boiled with strange life, on continents that barely resembled our own, the planet belonged to creatures more alien and more terrifying than anything we know today. These were not the slow, lumbering giants we often imagine, but swift, ruthless hunters, armored titans, and bizarre nightmares that would make even the fiercest T-Rex seem tame.
Alright, that is slander and a T-Rex comparison.
Yet despite their dominance, most have been forgotten by time, buried in stone and silence. Today, we rip back the veil of history and reveal the true first monsters of Earth.
Rawr.
Before jaws snapped shut and claws raked flesh, Earth's story began in silence.
Whoa, that's
For
deep,
billions
bro.
of years, our planet was a lifeless rock, hammered by meteors and choked by toxic gases.
The sun is
Then,
a deadly
almost like a
laser.
miracle, life flickered into existence. Not in mighty beasts, but in tiny, fragile forms, single-celled organisms that floated unseen in ancient oceans. They were
I could be watching the history of the entire Earth right now, but no, we're watching this crap.
small, yes, but powerful beyond imagination.
Whoa.
Over millions of years, these microscopic pioneers reshaped the planet itself, breathing out oxygen.
Still remembering that sludge with dragons in it.
Don't we wish we could go back to that?
And paving the way for everything that would come after. And then, around 600 million years ago,
Get to the point.
something extraordinary happened.
Get to the point.
Life became complex. Strange, soft-bodied creatures drifted across the seafloor in the Ediacaran seas.
Get to the
Their
point.
alien shapes unlike anything alive today.
The alien shapes of sea sponges, unlike the things that are alive today, such as sea sponges.
Some resembled quilted pillows. Others looked like spiraling fractals or rippling ferns.
They look like sponges.
They had no bones, no shells, no sharp teeth, just soft forms, pulsing gently in the dark waters. But this quiet world would not last. Beneath the surface, evolution was stirring, preparing to unleash an explosion of life that would forever change the course of history.
Oh, the ocean underneath the ocean. Got
Roughly
it.
541 million years ago, Earth erupted into a riot of life unlike anything seen before.
What the fuck?
In a geological blink of an eye, the oceans filled with creatures more bizarre,
Oh,
more
yeah.
complex, and more terrifying.
Man, this guy's crazy for evolving the jaw like 200 million years before it evolved.
Weirdly, one of the only pieces of media to refer to Inus Transevia by name was the first episode of Dinosaur Revolution, where it showed up for 2 minutes and then burned alive.
Well, that is kinder than it's been treated in basically any other paleo media.
Terrifying than ever imagined. This was the Cambrian explosion,
The Cambrian
evolution's greatest
explosion.
experiment. Suddenly, animals developed hard shells, sharp eyes, and intricate body plans. Predators appeared for the first time, triggering an ancient arms race that would define the natural world.
What the fuck is this crap?
Giant, bug-like Anomalocaris prowled the seas.
Anomalocaris, that is a butchered pronunciation. It's all thumbnail bait. It just all is. It's all crap.
With grasping limbs and rotating mouths, lined with serrated teeth.
I don't think the mouths are rotating. That's not how Anomalocaris' mouth worked. But whatever.
Tiny trilobites, armored and efficient, scuttled along the seafloor in vast herds. Spiny worms, spiked jellyfish, and early ancestors of every modern animal line emerged in chaotic bursts of innovation. It was a time of dazzling possibilities and brutal extinction.
Okay, that just went inside your neck.
Only the strongest, the fastest, and the strangest survived. The Cambrian seas were not just a cradle of life. They were a battlefield, setting the rules for survival that would echo through the ages.
I thought it was.
Life, once passive and soft, had become a relentless, unstoppable force. As the Cambrian seas matured into the Devonian period, often called the Age of Fishes...
God, we didn't even get to see anything that looks like anything. It's just a bunch of random fucking goop crap.
Evolution took an ambitious leap forward. In the deepening oceans,
wow,
fish
that fish looks an
into
awful lot like a
countless
salamander.
Shapes, sizes, and strategies. Jawless, armored giants...
Oh, jawless? Jawless? Does all these fish have fucking jaws?
As placoderms dominated the waters, their massive bony plates gleaming like ancient tanks. Among them, Dunkleosteus reigned supreme.
That's just a
predator
shark?
As long as a school bus, capable of delivering bone-crushing bites with terrifying speed.
God, this is crap. This is such crap. Yeah, like, for an animal ranking hub, like, this is just dull. Like, we're... Oh, my God. This is really boring. Like, God, I'm sorry, but there's just nothing. There's nothing here. We can't just be like, oh, this looks kind of like Animal Ranking Hub. We've struck gold. No. There's a certain beauty to Animal Ranking Hub, the likes of which that we may never see again. The other prehistoric animals, the monsters one, man. I don't know if I want to watch another Animal Ranking Hub like today. It's all just so bad.
If someone super chats enough, can chat veto a boring sludge?
I think we're all kind of leaning towards that direction anyway. You don't gotta donate for that. I think we want to veto this one. I'm very sorry. Like, the shock guy has completely fallen off. I'm not seeing any blood or explosions or weird hybrids or anything.
Also weirdly, the Gorgonopsids in Walking with Monsters and Primeval are actually Gorgonops according to accompanying books, which furthers the disrespect to Innistranchavia.
Is it actually? I'm pretty sure I have, like, one of the, like, I just found this when I was going through my closet. I have, like, one of the, like, the tie-in books for, like, the whole Walking With series. Hold on. I can get that out of my closet. Pretty sure I still have it. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Which box was it? Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. This one's heavy, so it might be this one. It's not this one. Hold up. I put these damn boxes back now. Bam. The Complete Guide to Prehistoric Life. Let's see. Let's see. I think it's just like in order. Euparkeria, Lystrosaurus, Proterosuchus. Whoa. Oh, well, there's Scutosaurus. Diictodon. Where's it at? Son of a bitch, it is listed as Gorgonops. Hold on. Gorgonops. When it's like the Inostrancevia. That's crazy. No wonder I never knew what it was. Because even in this, it's listed as Gorgonops. It's saying that the size is 11 feet long, which is about right for Inostrancevia, not so for Gorgonops. Because Gorgonops is like dog-sized. Gorgonops was a gigantic carnivorous reptile about the size of a rhinoceros. No, it wasn't. Who wrote this? Tim Haynes and Paul Chambers? Shame on you two. Mostly shame on Tim Haynes, because of the everything. But if we want to use that as a reference. Maybe he means the length of a rhinoceros? Maybe that's what he means. Inostrancevia bullied Tim Haynes in high school and called him fat. Is Forever Green? Has Forever Green done anything lately besides just, like, you know, non-dinosaur related stuff that we don't care? Like, yeah, the largest cattle breeds on Earth. The rarest goat breeds. Like, who the fuck cares? Blah, blah, blah. World's most beautiful peacocks. Frog with fire coming out of its nose. A bunch of stupid AI thumbnails for a bunch of stupid AI goop slop. Gross. Yeah, no, Forever Green hasn't done shit. I think Feathered Friend is also in a similar boat as Forever Green. And we can hear his voice just say, hey. Oh, wait, hold on.
Hey, welcome to a new video.
There we go. It's comforting in a way, isn't it? Let's see. Thousands of rates were left alone with penguins on a small island. The results shocked everyone. Wow. What the fuck? There's a skeleton man here. Look, y'all gonna see the skeleton man. Look at this guy. He's freaky deaky. I don't like that man. I do not like that skeleton man. Also, this goat man crawling up a ladder straight towards me. Not a fan. Don't like him. Nope. There. I want to get a better angle now that I'm leaning. Guy's just floating. That's a frilled dragon. I want to get one of those. I'm working on it. I saw on Morph Market, I saw that there were some frilled dragons for sale for like $700. It's just like, dude, I want it so bad. But I did my finances, and it's just like, well, first of all, even if like I had everything that I need for the lizard, I wouldn't be able to afford the lizard itself. After I pay for everything that I need. So I'd have to save. Oh, you're creepy. That's a creepy lady. Would I, though? Maybe. Maybe. Anyway. What the fuck? Yeah, do we do fucking this guy? We have salmonella at home. I think it may be worth it. Alright, let's do this.
Take a good look at this dude. That's the bones of a megalania, or Varanus priscus if you're nasty. This ancestor—
If you're nasty. Okay, well that's a bad attempt at a joke right out of the gate. If you're nasty. What does that mean? That's literally just its scientific name.
The Komodo dragon could grow up to 18 feet in length and weigh over 1,300 pounds. And not only was this animal a ferocious predator, but apparently they could easily traverse stairs. So don't think you're just gonna hide in the cellar. Native to Australia, the megalania—
Another bad joke. Oh boy. Oh god, it's been a while since I watched this one. I forgot. I had forgotten.
Was around a lot closer to our time than a lot of the animals we're going to talk about, going extinct only around 50,000 years ago. In fact, they were around when the first indigenous settlers of Australia were around, and because there was nothing tastier than a thick fillet of
Top 10 bugs that can't be killed by most amazing top 10.
Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, top 10 bugs that can't be killed. I imagine all of them are very killable. Oh, for crying out loud. What is this crap? Let's just continue.
megalania with a baked potato and nice salad. It's believed that humans likely accelerated their disappearance.
It was likely due to a variety of factors, such as climate change and competition from a time by humans.
Don't act all surprised. It's kind of what we humans do. The other thing humans do is make up stories about fierce mythical creatures in order to scare their children into eating their vegetables or going to bed when they're supposed to. And one of the most enduring myths in this part of Australia was that of the Wowie. He allegedly was about 20 feet long with a huge frog-shaped head and 6 powerful legs. Other than the 6 legs, this description seems to fit the megalania to a T. My guess is when one of those bastards was chasing you down the stairs, it probably seemed like they had—
You're really sticking to the stairs thing just because, like, the image of megalania on Wikipedia has it on a flight of stairs.
6 legs. And not like they needed it, but they had a secret weapon. Really?
They're venom.
Just look at those teeth. Did they need a secret weapon? So
just look at those teeth, like 5 pixels of visible tooth. Like, you clearly know how to make thinner lines in your MS Paint drawings. Because your little, we have salmonella at home character here is made of thinner lines than the megalania is. Just use thinner lines for the teeth.
So, what was this weapon? Well, the megalania was venomous. Similar to the Komodo dragon and the Nile monitor, it secreted a hemotoxin. And that's a fancy way of saying it thinned your blood and kept it from coagulating.
Yes.
That means you could easily bleed out from a single bite.
Well, you would probably bleed out from a single bite because its teeth were also fucking massive and deeply serrated. Like, again, we've talked about this before. The venom of a megalania, or, you know, any very large monitor lizard, including Komodo dragons or crocodile monitors, that is the thing you have to worry about the least when you get bitten by one of these animals. Like, let's just take a look at... Those are the teeth of a crocodile monitor. If you got bitten by that, would you really be thinking, oh darn, I've been envenomated? Or would you be thinking, ah!
Never heard of Joey, but there is Yowie, the Blue Mountain Bigfoot.
Yowie?
Think this guy is dumb and unfunny. Poor combination.
It's gonna get worse.
I can't stand this guy's bad jokes anymore.
It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get... I remember the Forest Rockets section of this video, because of course there is one, being especially bad.
Imagine that. You tangle with one of these lizards on steroids, and you manage to get away with just a single bite.
Oh, just a single bite from a 20-foot long fucking giant lizard with enormous teeth.
But instead of a trip to the emergency room to get a few stitches, you bleed out before the animal gets there.
I really think that the teeth would just do you in before the venom had any effect whatsoever.
Of course, it wasn't helped by the fact that 50,000 years ago in Aboriginal Australia, ambulance response time was notoriously bad. We'll head to what is now South America for our next creature from hell. Meet the Forest Rekidae.
Yep. There it is. The entire clade of animals is one entry.
As you can see, these delightful creatures, who have the whimsical name of terror birds, have the head of Toucan Sam on the back end of a 5-day meth binge. and the body of an ostrich is doing 25 to life and works out in the cell block D weight room every day.
God, it really makes you appreciate Salmonella's like writing, doesn't it? Because like he doesn't throw jokes in every like 2 seconds, and when he does throw them in, they're actually funny. Like something about Salmonella and his comedy is just like that works so much better than when you see like a pale imitation of it.
They lived roughly 60 million years ago.
No, they didn't.
Stood about 8 feet tall and weighed in at about 800 pounds. For context, that makes them about the size of a polar bear.
Like, we gotta go through all of the fucking Forest Rockaday things. We gotta go through the... Wait, hold on. Did he actually pronounce it correctly? Like, at all?
This response time was notoriously bad. We'll head to what is now South America for our next creature from hell. Meet the Forest Rockaday.
Okay, you know what? That's probably one of the better pronunciations we've heard, to be honest. It's fine enough.
100 pounds. For context, that makes them about the size of a polar bear. They're generally regarded as the first apex predators.
The first apex... No. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Are we saying that birds came before everything else again? What? I'm gonna say that's overhyping. Also, list order doesn't matter. Pretty sure he's like, I'm pretty sure they weren't as big as a polar bear. That's like Utah raptor sized. Police! Is that fucking Dunkleosteus Jenga? No! First cassowaries and now this. Let's see. It's genuinely nonsense.
Dating Randy Orton by several decades. Although they were flightless birds...
Again, it's just like... The jokes are not good. There's so little I could say about that, except like that joke just didn't land. Swing and a miss.
Don't feel sorry for them. After all, I'll bet some of your best friends are flightless. But what they lacked in flight, they made up for in many other ways. For starters, they were fast. Like really fast. With a top speed of 31 miles per hour, not only were they faster than their prey, but they were faster than the 28 miles per hour recorded by the fastest human ever.
I like how his drawing of Usain Bolt is very clearly a little white dude.
Sprinter Usain Bolt. For women, it was even worse news, since the fastest time by a female was 21 miles per hour by Sha'Carri Richardson. To paraphrase the old saying, you don't have to be faster than the Forest Rockaday, you just have to be faster than Sha'Carri Richardson. Good luck with that. Once they caught you, they had several wacky methods at their disposal to ensure your demise. They could crack your skull with their super powerful beaks. They could use that same beak to rip your flesh from your bones. Or they could just tear you to shreds with the sharp talons on their feet. But their most insidious method was to knock on your door and tell you all about being a Jehovah's Witness for several hours, until you couldn't take it anymore and ultimately just killed yourself.
Again, there's so little I can say. There is so little I can say besides just like, what's the joke? Jehovah's Witnesses are annoying. Yep, that's not relevant.
For the millions of years they were around, they eventually migrated to North America. In particular, Florida and Texas. Apparently, the US has always had issues at the southern border. This makes the Forest Rockaday
that's slightly more relevant, I guess.
Only known large South American predator to migrate north in the Great American Interchange that followed the formation of the Isthmus of Panama Land Bridge. And that makes sense, because who's going to tell them to leave? You want to do it? Because I know I don't. Now we're off to southern China to check out the Gigantopithecus.
Of course. That's definitely misleading, because I don't care that it's like, I'm not glad it's extinct. I'm not.
Latin for great ape. It was discovered in 1935 by anthropologist Ralph von Koenigswald, who, despite being a top-notch anthropologist, was terrible at coming up with names.
What? Okay, first of all, I don't even know if the guy who named it, or the guy who found it is the one who named it in the first place. Second of all, I feel like, you know, a gigantic ape, or I'm pretty. It's got to mean that, right? Because Pithecus, I've seen a lot. Gigantopithecus. I like how the first rule is Gigantopithecus versus grizzly bear. Who would win? Okay, the first remains were identified by anthropologist Ralph von Koenigswald, who subsequently described the ape. Okay, so he didn't even find them. They were just identified. The first remains were just identified. Who did find them? Based on 2 third molar teeth, which he noted were of enormous size. Let's see. Had found the teeth in a drugstore in Hong Kong where they were being sold as dragon bones to be used in traditional Chinese medicine. Of course they were. Of course they were. So, they were just randomly found by someone to be sold as ground up dust to make your penis work good. Like, yeah, I think Gigantopithecus is a good name. What's wrong with this? You know, that's slandering the guy who named it.
You think I'm kidding?
What?
The first 2 names he came up with were the Bigosaurus and Whopperpotamus. The ape-like creature...
I don't believe you for half a second. That just sounds like one of your bad jokes. Because, like, okay. Okay, classification. Like, I don't believe you for a fucking second. Like, I don't know, man. That just seems like some made up bullshit. Oh, you can confirm because you were there? All right, I believe you.
Stood 10 feet tall with a wingspan of up to 12 feet.
Okay, I've heard wingspan be used to describe like outstretched arms before, but it just sounds really weird.
They were herbivores and not predatory by nature. They were absolute terrors on the glass and led the league in rebounds for over 700,000 years. Suck it, Dennis Rodman. Since they were banned from having all the local salad bars, their diet mainly consisted of fruit, leaves, and other forest plants. And just how exactly do we know they had a vegan diet?
Because we found their teeth.
Same way we know who the vegans are today. They never shut up about it.
Okay, well, that part's just true. That part's just true. Fucking Ivan in the Discord server. Is it not necessarily vegan? Because, like, it almost certainly would have eaten, like, insects and eggs and stuff.
And because Bigfoot researcher is a thing, there's a theory that has developed called the Bigfoot Gigantohypothesis. It states that instead of going extinct several 100,000 years ago, they're actually still alive and roaming the forests of the Pacific Northwest. A couple of problems with this theory. First, can anyone just declare themselves a Bigfoot expert? I mean, since there's never been a body found or legitimate video taken, how exactly does that work? Could I just declare myself a leprechaun inspector or professor of unicorns? So many questions. Secondly, every theory about their size has been extrapolated based on teeth and upper jawbones that have been discovered. Yeah, there's never been any sort of body discovered.
That's not even really the problem. My biggest problem with that would be, hey, these are in China. How'd they get to the Pacific Northwest? Did they make a boat? Did they raft across the entire Pacific Ocean? I mean, maybe that's possible for one. The entire population, like a breeding population that has lasted for thousands of years, managed to do that. They just got on a big boat. Who's to say?
No femurs, no skulls, no identifiers like a passport or Blockbuster video card. And because molar size and total body weight don't always correlate, it could have had a tiny body and huge skull, much like Pumpkinhead. How'd that work exactly?
Who is Pumpkinhead? Who is this character you've created? I don't know Pumpkinhead. I only know Pumpkinhead when I get enough kills as sniper in TF2, and he says, "Look here, Pumpkinhead, you're all done."
Exactly. Did they hire a police sketch artist, show him a few teeth and a shard of jawbone, and say, "Get to work"? Inquiring minds and the 3 Bigfoot researchers in the world want to know.
Okay. So what happens is that people who are scientists who actually know what bones belong to what will look at something and be like, okay, this is very clearly the jawbone and teeth of some kind of ape, right? And they'll say, well, if we compare the size of this jawbone to the size of currently existing ape jawbones, then what we can determine is that this is way the fuck bigger. Therefore, we can extrapolate from that this was a big ape. Yeah, what if Megalodon was just a normal-sized shark with, like, a couple of really big teeth? Who's to say? Maybe it was the size of a bonnethead shark, but it just had, like, you know, 6-inch long teeth.
Before killer whales, polar bears, sharks, and tyrannosaurs, the world's top predator was a bizarre animal.
I thought that the fucking first top predator was the Forest Rackidae. The Forest Rackidae. That counts as a big bug. That's a big bug. Blatant contradiction. What else? What else? You motherfucker. Oh yeah, T-Rex comparison.
That was basically a giant shrimp. It was called the Anomalocaris, a word from the
I'm counting that. Anomalocaris.
Greeks, meaning tastes great.
And yeah, I'm not happy that Anomalocaris is extinct. I want to see it. Oh god, yeah, there are like 10 minutes left.
With cocktail sauce. Of course, that's not true, since cocktail sauce wasn't invented until the late Proterozoic period.
Isn't the Proterozoic before the Cambrian? So that joke double doesn't work.
It was actually Greek for unusual shrimp, and shrimp don't get a lot more unusual than this dude. Measuring,
I mean, it wasn't a shrimp, but whatever.
Over 6 feet in length, it had a body made up of overlapping plates, huge spiked arms, and stalked eyes made up of 16,000 individual lenses.
Please go on to say that because it had compound eyes, that means it had like the best eyesight of anything ever.
Its undulating swimming motion made it very fast, and it would stalk its prey, quickly overtake them, and use it.
I mean, fast compared to other things that were alive during the Cambrian, which is not a lot that actually moved. Certainly not a lot that moved and swam and had a brain.
Its front teeth to hold the victim in place, while it ripped into it with its mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. I'm sorry.
Not really teeth, but whatever.
Did I forget to mention the deadly teeth? My bad. Although, seriously, what did you think was gonna happen?
What?
Was the prey down there thinking, oh, here comes that weird-ass shrimp thing swimming towards me at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I'll bet he just wants to give me a kiss.
Oh yeah, he said, oh, well, we've already got the size and speed wildly off, but yeah, if he said it was 6 feet long, that's just preposterous. Very preposterous. That's like twice as big as Anomalocaris actually was.
But life wasn't all fast swimming and snacks for the Anomalocaris. Just like all creatures, they had to endure various challenges in everyday life.
Oh, what joke is this gonna lead to? What joke is this gonna be?
Example, if one of your shrimp kids needed glasses, the money spent on 16,000 pairs of spectacles could financially break a shrimp family and leave
there we go. There we go.
Them in debt for generations. And before you ask, yes, they tried contact lenses. Throughout this list, you'll hear a lot of adjectives like terrifying, scary, murderous, and predatory.
Guys got more subscribers than both my channels combined. That's fine. That's fine. Sheesh.
But the Anomalocaris is the only creature on this list that will be described as delicious. Having said that, it did cause some confusion at local restaurants when someone would ask how many shrimp were on the shrimp po' boy, and the server would say just one. Luckily, the customers always had a big laugh when they found out just how gigantic the shrimp.
I swear he has background music and it's Skyrim music and it's driving me insane.
It feels like it's just kind of the same couple of notes played over and over again.
Was. However, many times they'd already submitted their Yelp review trashing the restaurant and couldn't delete it. Unfortunate. Next on the list is the only one of these creatures you'll find in the Guinness Book of World Records. The Arthropleura armata.
Big bug. We got a big bug. We got a big bug. We got a big bug. We already had big bug technically with fucking Anomalocaris, but now we gotta have Arthropleura.
This is a record for the largest land-based invertebrate animal without a backbone ever.
Biggest ever. That's the biggest ever.
Barely edging out my ex-wife. The Arthropleura, Greek for
hate my wife,
jointed ribs, lived in what is now Europe and North America around 345 to 290 million years ago. It was easy to tell if they were European or North American because all the European ones were kind of dickish whenever you asked them for directions, especially if you did it in English. At 8.5 feet long,
sheesh.
This handsome devil had between 32 and 64 pairs of 32 and 64 jointed legs.
Christ.
His body was covered with armor plates. Technically, they were covered with 4 different kinds of plates. Don't worry about the different kinds of plates, it won't be on the final. Originally, Arthropleura was...
Don't worry about actually learning anything about Arthropleura. You don't need to worry about that. Yeah, like, it's not just me, right? Like, it's not just me and my highly developed sense of humor and all that shit. Like, none of this is landing for anyone, right? I want to watch Salmonella for real after this instead of Salmonella at home.
Thought to be an active predator, and reconstructions of its likely appearance in life depicted it as a giant centipede-like creature because, as you'll recall from that science class where you got a pity D,
what?
Centipedes are carnivorous.
Oh, that was an AI image. That was an AI image. Let's look at that. Yep, that is some weird AI goop. He probably just pulled it off of Google, because, like, credit where it's due, this guy is, like, drawing pretty much all of his stuff because he's a Salmonella clone, but that is indeed an AI image. Also, I can tell that centipedes are carnivores because, number one, I own one, and number two, I could tell it's a carnivore because of the way it is.
But after later investigating, scientists have concluded that it was more likely to have been a millipede. And, like millipedes, they were... anyone? Bueller. That's right, they were herbivores. Seriously, if you knew the answer, log off the computer right now, and go outside and touch some grass.
I just love that, like, this is a fucking... It's being presented as an educational video, but if you actually know anything, if you have, like, gone out of your way to educate yourself at all, then it's just like, whew, you need to go touch some grass. You know that millipedes are herbivores? Get a load of the dork over here. Get a load of this fucking dweeb.
I'm not kidding. No one at the party wants to be cornered by the guy who just wants to tell you fun facts about extinct caterpillars all night.
Well, that's definitely incorrect taxonomy. Also, we got scientists say. Also, we got fictional animal cryptid because of Bigfoot. We got that one. I forgot about that one. Oh, this is frustrating. We're so close to so many, and yet so far. I did go outside and I saw a millipede. Repeats for all the bad jokes? Maybe. Maybe. Did we get a meaningless statement? You know what? I feel like we've had loads. That's a bingo. I'll take it.
They maybe weren't as terrifying as some of the other animals in this video, but they were excellent bait when you wanted to catch the really big fish. And what kind of fish would you be catching with an
Dunkleosteus. You don't even have to... The Dunkeldrossaurus.
8-foot millipede? Glad you asked. Grab your rod and reel and make sure you pack a few bobbers the size of beach balls because we're going fishing for the Dunkleosteus.
The Dunkeldrossaurus.
The Dunkleosteus, known for its ferocity and love of glazed donuts, lived approximately 300...
Oh, because Dunkin'... Okay, I was genuinely confused by that one. Genuinely, like, that one just threw me right the fuck off. But Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donut. I would have made a Dunkachino reference to the greatest movie of all time, Jack and Jill, featuring Al Pacino as Dunkachino.
170 million years ago in what is now North America and Europe. The first fossil was discovered on
How do you tell the North American and European ones apart? Are the European ones huge pussies?
Shore of Lake Erie, just west of Cleveland. Just in case you were looking for another reason to visit Cleveland, you can add that to your list. This was not a fish you wanted to mess with.
At least we're not Detroit. We're not Detroit.
The sketches of this fish look like someone took a great white shark's body and stuck a bulldog's head on it. And just for grin,
that didn't really look anything like a great white shark, but whatever.
Because you know God's funny like that. He had a mouthful of sharp teeth and 2 prominent front teeth.
They weren't teeth, but whatever.
Making him look like a terrifying bulldog / beaver / shark combo. Scientists have been puzzled by the 2 front teeth, but the working
They're not teeth, but whatever.
theory is they used them to open beer cans, since the church key wouldn't be invented for several million years. This was another apex predator of its time, meaning it could eat any animal it wanted, and had very few predators.
Well, I thought that the forest rockets were the fucking first apex predators.
It came with a lot of standard features, including bony plates in the jaws which were sculpted into fangs and long slicing edges.
See, there you go, that's what they were. They were bony plates, not teeth. Fuck.
The upper and lower jaws would also shear against one another, causing them to self-sharpen. This feature came in handy when they were looking to quickly dispatch a victim or carve a Thanksgiving turkey. In addition, they were able to open and close their jaws really fast.
Of course. It's almost refreshing to hear someone just say just say it so fucking bluntly in terms of how fucking dull it is. Just like, they could open their jaws really fast.
So fast that Dunkleosteus could make a suction when opening, sucking prey into them. These guys,
apparently he's just sucking in a whole Arthropleura,
weren't especially particular about their diets, and they could suck in and bite straight through any animal alive at that time.
They gotta do the suction
from the thick-shelled ammonites to other placoderms with body armor. A study in
Does that count as cannibalism? It was showing a fucking other Dunkleosteus. That counts as cannibalism.
2016 found scrape and puncture marks on other Dunkleosteus armor that were made by larger Dunkleosteus.
Yep.
So, if you're looking for a cannibalistic shark / bulldog / beaver fish that could suck a golf ball through a garden hose, the Dunkleosteus checks every one of your slightly disturbing boxes.
Yippee.
Everybody has those relatives they don't like to talk about. For ticks, spiders, and lobsters, that black sheep relative
this is fucking Jacalopterus.
Was the Pentacopterus.
No, Pentacopter. Of course. It's the other fucking Eurypterid. The other one that we always go back to for some reason besides Jacalopterus. I don't know why. I don't know why this one.
Arthropleura had a head that looked more like a crab than a millipede, by the way, and it looks absolutely wonderful in reconstructions.
Well, that's kind of neat. I feel like I haven't seen ones like that. Like, what was it? The Life on Our Planet, Arthropleura? That's probably one of the more recent reconstructions that I've seen. Yeah, I don't know why lobsters are here, because lobsters are crustaceans. Like ticks and spiders, those guys are chelicerates, much like Eurypterids. But, I guess lobster because it just kind of looks like a lobster. It looks like a lobster.
It was named after Pentaconter, one of the first Greek galley-style warships.
Okay.
And, as you might suspect, you don't name something after a Greek warship if it's not built like a Greek warship. After all, there's no breed of bunny called the U.S.
I imagine it was called that because those had lots of paddles on it, and he paddles with his little paddle feet.
SS Constitution. Although there is a pastry named the Bismarck, so maybe this analogy isn't as strong as I thought. The first Pentacopterus was discovered in a fossil bed under the Upper Iowa River near Decorah, Iowa. This is an area of Iowa that's at least 50 miles from any town you've ever heard of. Back in the day, all of Iowa was pretty much a lake, and it was home to all sorts of creatures besides the Pentacopterus. The lake also featured brachiopods, trilobites, and like every lake in the world, boat gas prices that are $2 higher than on land. Imagine a scorpion with a paddle-shaped body that was designed for
At least make some jokes about Iowa. Come on, you can make so many jokes at the expense of Iowans, and they'll just be happy to be mentioned.
Got that picture in your brain? Great. Now imagine that bastard is the size of Tom Cruise. The good news is, the tail was just for show, and unlike their landlocked offspring, they didn't actually have a stinger.
No, not offspring, they're not related. I mean, they are related because they're both chelicerates, but like... sea scorpions, Eurypterids did not give rise to land scorpions. That's not how it works.
Instead, the tail was used for balance and swimming, and of course, impressing the ladies. But what they lacked in stingy tails, they made up for with a dozen claw arms that they used to capture their prey, and then a short time later, exactly how long depending on their mood, they would use those claws to rip that prey to more manageable bite-sized pieces. As you may have guessed by now, this was another.
You're gonna go far, kid. Do you think he got the reference?
For apex predator, as they pretty much ruled the state of Iowa, much like Caitlin Clark does today. Next up is probably the most.
Like, what am I supposed to do? It's like, oh man, me being the fucking women's basketball fan that I am, is just like, I get that. I get it. I get it. I don't get it. I gotta get fucking Helicoprion, of course. Of
Most
course.
ridiculous animal on our list. Say hello to the Helicoprion.
The buzzsaw.
This shark-like fish was named after the Greek word helios, meaning spiral, and prion, meaning saw. That's right, because rows of teeth were so Jellian period. This handsome fellow had a set of spiral teeth on the bottom. This made them an even more efficient killing machine. Plus, it left a much cooler looking bite mark on your surfboard with a lot less jagged edges.
That looks the exact same. It looks like the exact same as if a shark were to bite it.
Although Helicoprion fossils have been found throughout the world, over half of them have been discovered in Idaho, which proves one thing. Idaho used to be a lot more exciting. They could get up to be...
Okay, that 40 feet long is preposterous. That's something. Almost. I didn't laugh, but I get it.
40 feet long and weighed in at close to a ton. That's roughly the size of 2 great white sharks. It also made one of the largest cartilaginous fish ever. In case you're taking notes, cartilaginous means its spine is made of cartilage, not...
I knew that already. Do I have to go outside and touch grease?
Bone. Present-day examples include sharks, rays, and skates. There was no mention if the skates were ice or roller. Their powerful jaws could quickly...
That's at least trying. It's trying.
Slice their prey neatly in half, which meant the last thing to go through the mind of their victims was, hey, that's weird. I can't feel my legs. Oh crap. Of course, you might be wondering...
The video is almost over. We can make it. We will survive.
We can do it. We're gonna get there.
How exactly it worked, since you had a vertical buzzsaw for teeth. Well, like that drunk dude at the bar who just won't shut up, their mouths are always open. Their bodies were covered with hard protective shells, which really seemed like overkill. Seriously, did 40-foot sharks with buzzsaw
They weren't for 40 feet long.
teeth get hassled a lot? Something tells me taunting wasn't a big problem for our old pal the Helicoprion. Did you think we saved the best for last? Well, I don't know about the best, but we definitely saved the cringiest for last.
Yeah, you said it, brother. You sure said it.
First, a little content warning. If your favorite movie is Ratatouille, you might just want to go ahead.
It's the big fucking rat.
And skip to the end of the video. Okay, you're still here? Good. Because it's now time to meet the Phoberomus pattersoni.
Of course.
This is an extinct
Big
rodent
rat.
who was nicknamed Ratzilla. It lived in the ancient Orinoco River Delta in Venezuela around 8 million years ago, and could grow in size to be over 8 feet long and weigh up to 1,700 pounds. It was the second largest of the roughly 7 species of its genus, with the largest of course being Chuck E. Cheese. Even though Ratzilla was an herbivore, it doesn't mean they weren't terrifying. Seriously, if you saw one of these dudes coming at you downtown, at the very least you're gonna cross over, jaywalking be damned, and walk down the other side of the street.
Big rat. What if it was just a big rat? What if you saw a rat but it was big? Not even a rat. Not even a rat. Not even a rat. Just a big capybara. Big capybara.
And just because they didn't eat meat,
Chetos.
didn't mean they didn't have a mouthful of needle-like teeth. Plus,
Needle-like teeth? Have you seen rat teeth before? They're not like needles. They're like... Quite frankly, they're like my teeth.
if they hadn't been able to eat a salad for like a week, are you totally sure they wouldn't just gnaw on a finger or two to hold them over? That's what I thought.
Why is there a leopard on the Cheetos
Something
bag?
something beast version.
You can't just kill that thing. It's a beast version of our mascot. Why is there a leopard on the Cheetos bag? Wait. It's a cheetah. Cheetah. Cheetos. There is so much beauty in the world.
Plus, the only reason they ate leaves and grass is they didn't have access to pizza. Because if the internet has taught us anything, it's that rats love pizza. Although, even if the
What? Oh, you crazy kids and your intranet looking at all those pizza rat videos. What?
Guy's 8 feet long, he better not get between a New Yorker and a slice. Also on the list of things a giant rat shouldn't do in New York are talking crap about the Yankees or making eye contact on the subway.
I hate the Yankees.
Also,
Pack of
hey,
cheaters, that's
subscribe.
what they are. Like and subscribe. Yippee. Didn't get us a bingo. God damn. That's probably one of the fullest bingo boards we've ever gotten that only has one bingo. Is it because of the cheese? Good gravy. That was so much worse than I remembered it. Mostly just because that was a lot more boring than I remembered it being. Fuck, can we get like a fun one today? I asked that, and of course. Of course, the only thing left is Spino Snack. You can tell he was having fun with this one. Was he? Was he? He sounded very sedated. That came out of nowhere. That's like all of this guy's jokes. Fuck it. We got a Spino Snack. We have to. We need to be entertained. The people demand entertainment. Spino Snack, our savior, please. This has not been a good sludge day. I'm just not even gonna lie to you. We've had like nothing but duds. Please save us.
So a couple years ago, paleontologists found this T-Rex skull with bite marks all over its face.
Whoa.
When they measured the spacing, they realized something pretty messed up. Another T-Rex had basically chewed on this guy's head while he was still alive, and somehow he survived it. But what's most...
You know Stan has like a broken neck that he survived, right? So, surviving a bit of face chewing really isn't all that extreme.
Interesting is that this isn't the only instance of dinosaurs acting in almost
Jurassic Park footage, noted. This is like Dino Tracker shit.
Psychopathic ways. Cannibalism, extreme aggression.
Cannibalism, noted.
Behavior that is...
There's always the chance of another Speckles rip.
There is always a chance if we do another roleplay one, but I don't know if I want to do 2 Spino Snacks in one go.
It's often not seen in nature. So I did some digging and I found...
Not seen in nature, like, oh, cannibalism and being aggressive. B-E, aggressive. We see that a lot today. This is kind of normal.
A ton of different dinosaurs that were so aggressive, you could probably call them psychopathic. But more on the
I wouldn't. I would call them animals.
T-Rex. You know what's weird about the T-Rex? Everyone thinks they know this dinosaur, but most people have no idea just how screwed up they actually were.
Oh boy, what's he gonna say about T-Rex? Well, once again, Dark Souls 2 music plays in the background, because apparently that's just like his favorite fucking track.
There's this T-Rex skull called Stan. Great name, by the way.
It's a whole skeleton, by the way. Okay, is he gonna bring up the broken neck thing? Because if he does, then that's fine.
And when paleontologists first looked at it, they noticed these strange holes in the back of the head. These weren't just any type of hole. They were perfect puncture wounds that went deep into the bone. And as I said earlier, once they measured those holes, guess what fit perfectly?
Okay, it sounds like you're mixing up the face biting thing with Stan's broken neck.
T-Rex teeth. T-Rex while he was still alive and somehow lived through it because the bone actually healed around the wounds, which means this wasn't some quick death. This was straight up a face-biting session that Stan had to endure and then walk around with scars for the rest of his life. But
yeah, that's very common in Tyrannosaur fossils as far as I'm aware, or at least T-Rex. It's thought that they engage in like ritualized face biting, probably for dominance or territory or shit like that.
It gets worse. Paleontologists started looking at more T-Rex skulls, and they found 324 different face bite wounds across different specimens. 324. That's not just a few random fights. That is a pattern. These things were just biting each other in the face on a regular basis.
Yeah. You know that lots of animals today will do that, right? Like they'll just... Have you seen like pictures of lions or hyenas after they get into fights with each other? Like they are fucked up. Their faces are just brutalized.
And these aren't gentle love bites someone's girlfriend might do to them when they're sitting in bed together.
Oh, after a really dull day, it's so good to have something that just makes you cringe and go, what the actual fuck are you talking about? God, this is why we gotta come back to you, Spino Snack.
We're talking about puncture wounds from teeth that were designed to crush bone. The kind of bite that could punch through a car door.
Oh, Christ. Hey guys, if we make this big T-Rex skull out of highly reinforced metal, that's like a good indication of what the actual skull would be like, right? Yeah, definitely.
And then there's the cannibalism part. Yeah, they have found T-Rex bones with other T-Rex teeth marks on them. These are not from fighting marks. These are feeding marks. The kind you get when something is slowly stripping meat off bones.
Cannibalism is incredibly common.
Even the toe bones had bite marks, which means after the big chunks were gone, they were still there picking at the scraps. Yes, your favorite movie dinosaur was actually eating its own family members.
Whoa, that makes me look at it differently instead of thinking, damn, that's kind of cool. That's or like that's normal or anything. It's just like, I don't know what my thought process is supposed to be after that. Like, yeah, even the toes, that would be where my thought process is going. It's like, damn, my favorite movie dinosaur was sucking on toes. Makes you think.
This is the fearsome Corgosaurus Rex. His name is Flapjack. And if you don't like and subscribe, he literally is going to eat you.
It's this again. It's the same one. It is the exact same. Like and subscribe or else.
Look at his face. This is a fearsome apex predator from the prehistoric period. You don't want to mess with him.
Prehistoric period.
T-Rex face biting looks friendly compared to what happened in prehistoric Madagascar.
Yeah, they also ate each other. It's the like what? Okay, let's throw it. Doesn't matter. Because we had T-Rex eating each other, and now we have another kind of dinosaur eating each other, which really just makes you think that, oh, maybe this sort of behavior is just kind of normal, and not an example of dinosaurs being psycho-fucking-pathic. It's like, yeah, they just kind of eat each other sometimes. It happens.
Madagascar used to have this dinosaur called Majungasaurus and holds a very special record in paleontology. It was the first dinosaur where scientists could definitively prove cannibalism happened. Not just suspect it, but actually proved it with fossil evidence that would hold up in court today. Here's how they figured it out. They found Majungasaurus bones with bite marks on them, and when they looked at those bite marks under a microscope,
they came from other Majungasaurus. Yeah, got it. Same thing that you literally just described with T-Rex.
They could see the exact spacing and shape of the teeth that made them. They then compared those marks to every single predator that lived in Madagascar at the time. Nothing matched, except for Majungasaurus teeth. The bite marks had these parallel scratches from the serrated edges of the teeth, and the spacing was perfect. It wasn't some other dinosaur eating Majungasaurus. It was Majungasaurus eating Majungasaurus.
I mean, that would be another individual dinosaur. What? That's just... Why would you write it like that? I mean, why would you have ChatGPT write it like that for you?
And this wasn't just a one-time thing. They found multiple specimens with the same evidence, which means this was normal behavior for them.
Yeah, it's normal. Crazy.
You might be thinking, well, maybe they were just scavenging already dead ones. But here's the thing. Madagascar back then was basically a desert. It was dry, hot, and food was hard to come by. And when you're starving, you don't get picky about where your next meal comes from.
I actually don't know much about the paleobiotia of Madagascar. I assume that, like, because we have Beelzebufo there, it's got to be at least, you know, somewhat wet. And also the fact that, you know, we have fossils from there, which fossils tend to preserve best in wet deposits. So, can we look up the paleobiotia of the Majunga Formation? Let's go Majungasaurus. Where is... Do we have... Where's the damn... Meverino Formation? Let's try this one. Majunga Basin. Paleo environment. Here we go. A low relief alluvial plain that over time was covered by a marine transgression. Broad, shallow rivers flowed to the northwest from central highlands. Evidence for debris flow suggests that the discharges of the rivers varied greatly, with periods of dilute water flow and periods of rapid erosion dumping sediment into the channels. So, let's see. Paleosols and other sedimentologic. I don't know. Wait. Sedimentologic. Yeah, okay. Evidence indicate well-drained floodplains with abundant vegetation adapted to a relatively dry climate, strongly seasonal, rainy and dry seasons, and at times semi-arid. Okay, semi-arid. So it sounds kind of similar to the Morrison Formation. Just in terms of, like, semi-arid with floodplains. He's saying it's more like a straight-up desert. I don't know. Like this image here seems pretty reasonable as far as like as far as a depiction goes. Like semi-arid.
Even if it used to walk around and have the same face as you. The researchers who discovered this said finding dinosaur cannibalism wasn't actually that shocking.
Yeah, so maybe it doesn't seem like that much of a psychopathic killer.
Because modern animals do it all the time when—
Yes! You are correct!
Resources get scarce. Hell, it even happens in my household. No, I don't mean anything weird by that, but you see these two fish tanks behind me? Well, I have this type of fish called a guppy, and if you don't know what guppies are—
well, those are Endler's life bearers, so you know what? I'm counting that. That's an unrelated animal used as B-roll. I mean, maybe they could be Endler's guppies, but, because, like, Endler's live bearers and guppies will often hybridize, you get, like, Endler guppies. But those are Endler's live bearers, I can tell. I can tell by the way they are.
Basically, guppies have babies constantly. I'm talking about 30 to 50 per month. And the parents are so bad at parenting that they will literally pop out the guppies, then turn around and eat them.
Sometimes. Here's the thing, like, if you separate the mother guppy before she gives birth to her babies, then she's not going to eat them. But, like, some of the other guppies in the tank might. They probably will. So, like, if you do want to ensure that all of your guppy babies survive, which is, like, probably the case if you're breeding a specific, like, strain of guppies, then you probably will want to separate the mother before she gives birth, just so that she can, like, have her babies in peace, and you can ensure that all the babies will survive. But, like, I also have guppies in my Sicilian tank, and, well, I still have guppies, even after I started with, you know, only a few. I started with, like, I want to say 3 males and maybe 4 or 5 females. I've lost count of how many guppies I have. How do you separate the mother before she gives birth? Female guppies, like, you could just tell they're the females because they're less brightly colored. Their body shape is different. And you can usually tell they're pregnant by just, like, how rotund they are. And they have, like, this little spot on their back, like, near their cloaca, that, like, darkens as they become more pregnant. And it's just like, okay, I'm about to pop out some babies. So you just kind of get her in a net her out, put her in, like, a little breeder tank. And that way she just pops out the babies. And she is not going to, like, eat her own young, because that's just, it's a pretty bad strategy for ensuring that there are more guppies. Like, I did end up seeing a video, of a guppy giving birth, and, like, you know, it was a mother that was separated from everyone else in the tank, and, like, the only one that she ended up eating was, like, one that was just deformed when it came out and just wasn't going to survive. All the other ones were totally fine. Even though, like, baby guppies are about the size that, you know, a fully grown guppy can just eat.
We as humans take it for granted, but in nature, unfortunately, cannibalism is pretty common. But there's something a little unsettling about—
yes, so it's just why even have it be in this video. It's so weird to hyperfixate on it.
But finding fossil proof that these creatures were methodically stripping flesh off their own species' bones.
It's like, yeah, it's really common. It happens all the time in nature, but, like, whoa, it's crazy that it happens at all. It's like, I guess.
Madagascar wasn't just an island. It was a place where dinosaurs went.
It was also a movie that's so fucking funny it makes you want to merge without looking.
To eat each other. Now, individual cannibals are disturbing, but wait until you see what a drought does to—
Is it all just gonna be cannibals? After you said in the second fucking entry that it's really not uncommon at all, and even, like, regular cute little fish are doing it?
This species. There's this place in Colorado called Magat Moor Quarry, and paleontologists thought they'd found a normal dinosaur graveyard, just a bunch of Jurassic period fossils that died together during some bad times 150 million years ago. Then they started counting bite marks. Out of 2,368 bones they dug up, a third of them have been chewed on, and not by modern scavengers, but by other dinosaurs.
What do you mean by modern Bro, they're rocks! They're rocks! What modern scavenger is gonna look at a rock and think, a rare delicacy. 145 million BCE, a fine year.
And when they looked closely at which bones had the bite marks, 17% of them came from other meat-eating dinosaurs, including Allosaurus bones that had been gnawed on by other Allosaurus.
Yeah.
Now, when you find
the more examples of this that you give, especially in a row, the more normal this seems.
Bite marks on a leg bone or a rib, that makes sense. Predators go for the meaty parts, but these paleontologists were finding bite marks on toe bones and spine pieces.
Wow, just like T-Rex, this sounds really normal.
Those are the kind of bones that don't have much meat on them at all, which means these Allosauruses weren't just hunting, they were desperate. The quarry represents...
That just... Okay, there's a movie that I want you to go watch. It's called Alive. And maybe you will see, when you watch that movie, that people, when they're desperate, are not so different from these desperate dinosaurs. And that doesn't make them psychopathic killers. The fucking Pope took a look at those poor motherfuckers that got stuck in the Andes and was just like, listen, you're good. You don't have to worry about going to hell for, like, you know, eating the people that died. Like, you're okay. I'm pretty sure the Pope would pardon these Allosaurus that ate each other if they were that desperate. Bad attempt at a joke for sure. And misleading video title, dude. Like, I get it. Animals eat each other. It happens. For fuck's sake.
It's a drought, a really bad one where water sources dried up and everything started dying. And when large predators get hungry enough, they stop being picky about what they eat.
We know! We're 3 entries in that have talked about nothing but cannibalism, usually in very desperate situations.
Even if what they eat used to look exactly like them. In fact,
you've already said that. That is 100% repeating yourself. 100 fucking percent. God, this feels so ChatGPT. Like an older version of ChatGPT that's just worse at its job. Not to say it's especially good at being creative now, but Jesus fucking Christ.
One of the bite marks they found was so big that only a massive Allosaurus could have actually made it. We're talking about giant carnivores fighting over scraps of dried up landscape, and when the smaller ones died, the bigger ones just kept eating. The paleontologists studying this said Allosaurus probably weren't picky eaters to begin with, but during droughts, scavenging and cannibalism were definitely on the menu.
We get
which is a very polite way of saying these things would eat literally anything that
we know!
Stopped moving, including their own relatives.
You've already said
eating
that.
your own species during hard times is one thing, but some dinosaurs got even more creative.
Thank you. Thank you. May we please move on from something that's just not cannibalism. Please, I'm done with it.
Scientists found this Daspletosaurus fossil that tells probably the most depressing dinosaur story ever discovered.
Oh, that sounds like a fucking psychopath to me, if he's really depressing.
Got its ass kicked while it was alive, and
Newt? What? What? Okay.
And got eaten after it died. The skull is just
wow. Let me guess, it got eaten by another Daspletosaurus.
Covered in bite wounds, puncture holes in the back of the head, gouges on the face, chunks of bone missing.
It lost a fight and then it got eaten. This is just fucking Shard, our stupid chud brother. Maybe that's why he never grew up. He was just an adopted Daspletosaurus.
25 minutes of, and they were cannibals, coming up, hot and ready.
Oh god, I really hope it's not just that. Please no. Please no, because, like, this is one of his most popular videos. If people are genuinely sitting through, like, 27 fucking minutes of this dinosaur was a cannibal, and 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 it's just, like... And they're actually, like, not just tolerating that, but actively encouraging, like, fuck yeah, I want to see more of this. It's like... Why do I bother? Why do I bother just writing anything when I can have ChatGPT write some fucking schlock for me? And apparently I could get 2.5 million views. Why bother?
All from other Daspletosaurus teeth. And you can tell this dinosaur survived these attacks because the bones started healing around the wounds. So this poor thing lived through multiple face-biting sessions with its own species and just kept going.
Yes, that's because it's just a ritualistic behavior for territory or dominance or something. Lots of tyrannosaurs do it. You've already explained this with the T-Rex. Dinosaurs were incredibly resilient animals.
When Kenneth Branagh said, "Cannibalism is common," he wasn't joking, man. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Like, dude, things will cannibalize on each other. It happens. It's nature. It's nature. That's natural, children.
But the story doesn't end there, because after this beat-up Daspletosaurus finally died, another one found the body and decided to have lunch. In fact, the skull has completely different bite marks that were made after death. Big punctures and scratches where something was purposely stripping meat off the bones.
Who cares? He's already dead.
They even bit both ends of some bones, which means whoever was eating this carcass was really thorough about it. Nothing.
Wow, it's almost like this is a dinosaur that is designed to eat meat and crush bones, and so it's eating all the meat around the bones. Crazy.
Was going to waste. The researchers called this a unique record because it shows one individual that experienced both fighting and cannibalism. This dinosaur got bullied its entire.
Did you not say that about Majungasaurus? Where it's clear that, like, hey, this animal died in a fight? Did you not say that about Majungasaurus? Am I crazy?
Life by other members of its species, and then finally became.
Also, that's a science to say moment. I'm also gonna call that a blatant contradiction, because like he said the same damn thing about Majungasaurus.
Their dinner when it finally died. And apparently this wasn't unusual behavior. Face-biting scars show up on.
You said this already!
Most Tyrannosaur fossils. These things were just constantly beating each other up and then eating whoever lost. The whole thing kind of paints a scary picture of Tyrannosaur society that's just completely brutal. You spend your life getting your face chewed on by your neighbors, and when you die, those same neighbors show up to your funeral with napkins tucked under their necks, ready to eat you. You know, it makes you appreciate humanity a little bit more, doesn't it? Now, getting bullied.
No, because humanity made your videos. Christ on a stick. It's all just cannibalism. Dude, the more you show it off, the more normal it looks. Like, this is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. It's like, yeah, this is a normal behavior for so many animals. Like, animals will fight each other for territory, for dominance, for mating rights, have you seen what fucking elephant seals will do to each other? They will beat the fucking piss out of each other, dude. They are not kind about it. And they're these, like, big, social, intelligent animals. They're mammals just like us. And they are ripping each other's faces to shreds, you say. To shreds, you say. Will this be Mapusaurus or Meraxes? Probably Mapusaurus. That's going to be my guess, because we have to talk about pack hunting as well.
By a couple dinosaurs
there we
sucks. Go. But imagine getting jumped by 7.
Yep. Gotta talk about Mapusaurus pack hunting. We've moved on from the cannibalism portion of the program, and now we're moving on to the pack hunting. Because obviously.
7 giant predators died together in Argentina, and not just
Argentina? There's not supposed to be like an extra I there. Have I been saying Argentina wrong my entire life, or has he just been wrong this one time?
Predators, Mapusaurus, each one about the size of a city bus with jaws that could bite through a car. When paleontologists dug them up, they found adults, teenagers, and juveniles all in the same spot. Different ages, but they all died at the same time in the same place, which means these things likely lived together. And when you're a 10-meter long carnivore hanging out with 6 of your buddies, you're not the type of dinosaur that hunts rabbits. The only prey in their neighborhood.
Tell that to the what if guy who's just like, hey, If Megalodon is a 30-foot long pack hunter, you know what it's gonna be doing? Eating grass. Grass.
Big enough to feed a gang of Mapusaurus.
Oh god, okay, hold on. Absolutely AI generated, or at least ingoopified.
Absolute psychotic dinosaur behavior. Look inside. Normal animal practices.
Isn't it great? It's all just animals acting completely normally, like... He's trying to, like, really gas this up as this... He's really trying to overhype this as being more badass than it is. Like, he's trying to sensationalize it. But it's all just normal. Like, if you fucking took all of this information, and just put it in a completely different context, then it might make a decent video talking about, like, how dinosaurs aren't so different from animals that exist today. How they're not these, like, you know, psycho killers or movie monsters or anything.
Butchered pronunciation for Argentina?
Yeah, absolutely. But how they're really not all that different from modern day animals, and, you know, not in a way that makes them fucking gay and woke or whatever people fucking say about feathered or accurate dinosaurs. Because people say that shit all the time and it's so exhausting.
Was Argentinosaurus.
Argentinosaurus.
So massive.
At least he's consistent about that.
It weighed as much as 12 elephants. It was one of the biggest land animals that ever lived.
Biggest ever.
Now, a single Mapusaurus attacking an adult Argentinosaurus would be suicide. That's like a cat attacking a cow. But 7 Mapusaurus working together, that is a different story. They probably surrounded it, some going for the legs, others jumping on the neck, a few more slashing at the side.
But clearly 7 was still suicide because they did die. Yeah, you understand this, right? They did die in the end, right? It's like, yeah, they gave it their damnedest. They still died.
The Argentinosaurus would be spinning around trying to shake them off, but there's only so much you can do when you're being attacked from all directions by things with knife-sized teeth. But the Mapusaurus bone beds suggest that they died in the process.
Yeah.
Maybe they got trampled while trying to bring down their target. Maybe they got stuck in mud while feeding on the carcass. Either way, they died together because they hunted.
Okay, I just find it amusing, the idea that, like, this Argentinosaurus that they were probably attempting to kill, was just walking around in a muddy area totally fine, but then the Mapusaurus came along and it's just like, oh, they're sinking. You see, the Argentinosaurus is simply too heavy to sink into the mud. Use a little bit of thought there.
Together, which means these weren't just mindless killing machines.
Oh, the Mapusaurus bone bed had no Argentinosaurus bones? Cool. So they didn't even kill it.
They were organized mindless killing machines.
Oh, fucking... Hate you. Hate you. Mindless killing machines. But they weren't just mindless killing machines. They were organized mindless killing machines. Like, fuck off. Genuinely, fuck off. Stop making videos. The exact kind of thing I was saying, like, hey, maybe you just... The kind of thing that maybe you don't want to do when you're trying to say that these things aren't mindless movie monsters, you know what I'm saying? They're not these Hollywood monsters, they're not these psychopathic killers. They are normal animals. Just like you and me. Just like our own animals. Our own adorable little pet lizards. And our cats. And our guppy fishies. And our Corgosauruses. So fucking frustrating.
Coordinate, communicate, and work as a team to take down prey that was literally 10 times bigger than them. Pack hunting is scary enough when it's wolves. When it's 3-ton dinosaurs with heads the size of bathtubs, it becomes something else entirely.
Also, I don't even know if 3 tons is that great of an estimate for Mapusaurus. I think it's gotta be like almost T-Rex sized. I'm gonna say that's a size and speed wildly off. I know that like Mapusaurus and Carcharodontosaurids in general aren't like as heavily built as T-Rex, but I don't think that they're gonna be like fucking less than half the weight. That seems ridiculous to me.
These dinosaurs were smart and aggressive. So yeah, land predators working together is downright terrifying. But
what can you possibly say about Spinosaurus? I'm sorry. What can you possibly say about, like, about this thing? Seriously. This guy liked to eat fish. Yeah. You know what? Maybe it's specifically the Jurassic Park 3 Spinosaurus. And he has the fucking music playing in the background. So what if you could see the darkest side of me? No one will ever change this animal I have become. If it's like that, then it's completely understandable. But if it's like the actual animal Spinosaurus, then, genuinely, what can you possibly say about this?
But water predators just happen to be worse. Most people think Spinosaurus just ate fish all day. Turns out, those people were wrong. Paleontologists found a pterosaur neck bone with a Spinosaurus tooth stuck in it, and not around it, but physically embedded in the bone.
Whoa! This predator ate things. Yeah? Yeah? Is that psychopathic behavior? I mean, like, is that like pterosaurs are especially big or threatening prey? I imagine it would be very easy for a Spinosaur to kill a pterosaur if it could, like, get its hands on it, which it very clearly did. Yeah, that's psychopathic? Guys, we found this fossil of a bird bone with a cat tooth embedded inside of it. It's like, oh, okay.
Which means a 15-meter long semi-aquatic dinosaur grabbed a flying reptile and bit down hard enough to lose a tooth process.
Lose a tooth process? I think you mean in the process. Okay, so do I have to explain that dinosaurs, much like modern day sharks and crocodilians, just kind of lost teeth a lot? Fucking... Where do you think that came from? They just fell out a lot. I have more! That's another Spinosaurus tooth. Do you want more? That one's from Carcharodontosaurus. I also have lots of shark teeth. I'm not going through all those. Yeah, Morocco is like flooded with Spinosaurus teeth. They were losing these things all the fucking time, whether or not they were embedded in bones. They're so common that they're downright cheap. Like, they're so ridiculously common. Can we go to, like, one of my fossil sites? Let's just go to this one. This one had Globidens fossils and I missed them. I'm so mad. Look at this one. Fucking 13 inches. That's like the entire jaw. Ah, and they fucking sold it. I don't care if it's $900. I would have spent that money on it. I'm so mad that I missed it. But yeah, Spinosaurus fossils. Teeth. These are just the big expensive ones. Like, these are extra large, like 4-inch long teeth. These are the big boys. Like, when I go to my county fair, they will just be selling, like, kind of smaller, crappy Spinosaurus teeth for way cheaper. These things are everywhere compared to something like... What do we got for, like, Tyrannosaur fossils, right? First of all, way the fuck more expensive. That's a Nanotyrannos tooth, apparently. Okay, what about Tyrannosaurus Rex specifically? You got 1, 2. A little bit. That's kind of a tooth. Little tiny chunks for... This is half of an inch of like the tip of a tooth. And it costs as much as like a 4-inch long Spinosaurus tooth. So it's actually identifiable as a Tyrannosaurus tooth will run you thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars. Spinosaurus lose their teeth all the goddamn time.
This wasn't some gentle fish catching behavior. This was a violent attack on something with a 6-foot wingspan.
Whoa, a 6-foot wingspan? You know why it's saying that. You know why it's saying that. I don't even know if this was like exactly a 6-foot long pterosaur. But you know why it's saying that? Because of Pterodactylus. The pterodactyl. That has a 6-foot wingspan.
Spinosaurus lived in river systems across North Africa, and it wasn't content to just sit in the water waiting for fish to swim by. It was an ambush predator. Picture a crocodile, but 3 times longer and probably 10 times as mean.
It gets to a point where it just means absolutely nothing because, like, you know that crocodiles will eat birds and bats and stuff, right? Like, they'll straight up leap out of the water to catch flying prey. I don't know if Spinosaurus was really doing that. Something puts a bit of doubt in my mind on that one. So, again, this is very similar behavior to something that already exists today. I would not call a crocodile a psychopathic killer. I'd call it a predator.
The thing about ambush predators is that they're patient until they're not. A Spinosaurus could be floating motionless in a river for hours, looking like a log with a sail on its back. Then something comes to drink water, or a pterosaur dips down to catch a fish, and suddenly there's 15 meters of prehistoric nightmare exploding out of the water.
Well, that just sounds like it's being patient and ambushing. Patient until it's not. What a fucking nonsense
They
statement.
found bite marks from Spinosaurus on other dinosaur bones too. Not just pterosaurs, but land animals that came too close to the water's edge, which means Spinosaurus wasn't just
God. Can you stop goopifying these images, please? This thing doesn't even have an eye anymore and its teeth are fusing together.
fishing. It was opportunistically grabbing anything that got within range.
Or it was scavenging. And again, this is just like, hey guys, this predator was predating on things. Okay.
The scariest part is how little warning you'd get. On land, you can usually see a predator coming. In the water, Spinosaurus could be 10 feet away, and you'd never know until those jaws are clamped around your leg.
I would see the sail. I would simply see the sail. That's what I would do.
At least this one isn't cannibalism. Small miracles and all.
Yeah, it's something. I can't wait for us to inevitably go back to cannibalism.
Once it had you, those massive claws would hold you underwater while those cone-shaped teeth punched holes through whatever they could grab.
I'm pretty sure Spinosaurus is big enough that if it got a hold of you specifically, you watching this video, it could probably just eat you whole.
Modern crocodiles are already terrifying enough. Spinosaurus was just that concept scaled up to absurd proportions.
You already said that.
So while Spinosaurus hunted alone, it was definitely an extremely aggressive predator.
But what happens when you have a whole pack of animals?
But let's move on to a pack hunter.
Fuck you! God, I hate you! God, you're such a detestable fucking writer. I'm saying that to ChatGPT and not actually you. Ugh. Sludge Nostradamus. So many meaningless statements. Meaningless garbage. Let's just continue.
Because some raptors made a fatal teamwork mistake. Because paleontologists in Utah found
the cube, I imagine. The Utah Raptor cube.
A 9-ton block of sandstone that contains what might be the dumbest group death in dinosaur history.
Okay, that's 100% slander. Pretty sure we already have it. Yeah. Bit of a survivorship bias thing, right? Because, like, how would we know that these things died at all if they didn't fossilize? So,
Inside this block are at least 6 Utahraptor skeletons. Adults, teenagers, juveniles. A whole family of giant raptors.
As far as I'm aware, the Utah Raptor cube, the block rather, has not been fully like excavated. So we're still waiting on the results of what the hell was even going on with these guys.
And mixed in with them are the remains of whatever they were trying to eat when they all died. What happened was probably this. Some herbivore got stuck in what was basically prehistoric quicksand. Easy meal, right? So one Utahraptor goes in to finish it off. But
Whoa,
the mud
predator
is stickier
trap.
than expected, and now the raptor is stuck too. Then its family shows up. Instead of maybe finding a stick or thinking this through,
finding a why weren't the Utahraptors simply using their opposable thumbs? How come all the Smilodons and direwolves and the La Brea tar pits didn't just, like, get a stick or a rope or something? Why didn't they just, like, get a big excavator, right? How come they didn't do that? Were they stupid? Were they stupid? Like, yeah, is this supposed to be psychopathic behavior? Or, like, wow, these animals sure don't have a concept of quicksand or predator traps. Also, I'm going to say, I'm not even sure if this necessarily proves the idea that, like, these animals were, like, if the hypothesis being given that this is, like, you know, a quicksand or some kind of predator trap like the La Brea tar pits, then that doesn't necessarily say that these animals were working together as a pack, right? Because, like, it could be the case that, you know, one Utahraptor sees a dead animal, maybe even another dead Utahraptor, it goes to scavenge on it in order to cannibalize it, as we've established multiple times in this video, is a perfectly normal thing. And then it also gets stuck, and that just keeps going and going and going. That is a distinct possibility. Like, it is possible that these were, you know, animals living in a family unit. That is also potentially the case. But I don't think this is as big of a slam dunk towards the idea that, like, oh, hey, these guys are, like, pack hunters, as something like the Deinonychus and Tenontosaurus Association. Yeah, they should just double jump out. They should just, like, mash the X button and, like, wiggle the left analog stick around, and that'll get them out of the mud.
they apparently decided the best plan was to also jump into the death trap, one by one, until the entire pack was stuck in the same mud pit, slowly sinking to their death. They found evidence that some of the raptors were stepping on each other as they sank, which means this went from a simple hunting trip to complete chaos pretty quickly. These were supposed to be smart predators, and they managed to kill themselves and step over each other to try and save themselves to get out of dying.
Have you ever heard of, like, a human crush before? Because you know what's supposed to be a lot smarter than Utahraptor? Humans. You know how often humans will just crush and trample the shit out of each other, especially during a really chaotic situation? Like, hey, guys, we found this little fossil bed of this thing called the Station Nightclub fire, and it turns out that a lot of the humans that died in this fire weren't even killed by the fire itself, but were trampled to death by other humans. So as it turns out, humans were really fucking stupid, and they just killed each other for no reason. Like, that's basically what you're saying here.
Which is pretty messed up when you think about it. These dinosaurs are known to be pack hunters, but this fossil suggests that they would
This cube, this block of Utahraptors is the only evidence of pack hunting Utahraptors. And again, I'm not entirely convinced that it is direct evidence of pack hunting. It could be a La Brea tar pits predator trap situation where, like, multiple raptors are being lured in by just what seems to be a free meal until it's too late. That could very well be the case. But again, I'll wait until the Utahraptor block is, like, completely excavated and, like, they've done all the research they can on that before I make any judgments myself, because I'm not actually a paleontologist.
literally kill their own family to save themselves. The really embarrassing part is that Utahraptor were massive. We're talking about raptors the size of polar bears with 9-inch claws on each foot. They could probably take down pretty much anything they wanted. Apparently,
No. No, they couldn't. Utahraptor was mortal. I hate to say, like, pack hunting does not just immediately make you the strongest thing ever. God, what was Utahraptor contemporary with? I know it was contemporary with Gastonia. I think I'm getting it mixed up with Deinonychus when I say it was like contemporary with like Acrocanthosaurus and Sauroposeidon. I'm pretty sure there were sauropods, I think. Yeah, Arctodus and Columbian mammoths got stuck in tar pits too. I'm pretty sure elephants are supposed to be smart as well.
apparently, their weakness was basic physics and mud. Each Utahraptor was built more heavily than other raptors, with thick leg bones and huge muscles for jumping on prey and holding down. All that—
Oh, Iguana Colossus is what they were contemporary with. Okay. I could maybe give a pack of Utahraptors a chance against an Iguana Colossus, but I imagine that would be very similar to Deinonychus and Tenontosaurus, in that it's also decently weighted in the herbivore's favor.
That muscle and claws, and they got defeated by wet dirt. This fossil block is still being studied, but it's already clear this was a complete disaster for everyone involved. But at least those Utahraptor died quickly, unlike—
No, they didn't. They sunk in fucking mud. Like, dude, that may have taken days to kill them. Are you kidding me? No, I'm not going to say they died quickly. The Deinonychus that I know you're about to talk about having died against the Tenontosaurus, they died quickly. They probably just got, like, crushed or flattened or something. Or, like, had their ribs broken.
their smaller cousins' victims. Deinonychus basically invented the whole pack of raptors thing that shows up in every dinosaur movie. The reason we know they hunted in groups is because they kept dying next to their food. Paleontologists found multiple sites where Deinonychus remains were scattered around the skeleton of Tenontosaurus, which was this big plant eater about the size of a small bus. The first time they found this, they thought maybe the raptors died trying—
God, it's so goopy. How do you do this? How do you, like, genuinely, what do you even do in order to goopify an image like this?
To take down this massive herbivore in some heroic last stand. But then they kept—
Heroic last stand? I'm pretty sure that the first thing they thought of was that this was pack hunting. What is— This is so frustrating. I'm like 90% sure the first thing they thought of was that this was pack hunting, but there's been a debate over whether or not this was definitively pack hunting, and as far as I'm aware, the consensus is that yes, these animals were hunting as a group in order to take down the larger Tenontosaurus.
finding the same thing, Deinonychus teeth and bones around Tenontosaurus carcasses.
Tenontosaurus, it's a Tenontosaurus.
In fact, they found 14 different sites across Montana and Oklahoma, all with the same setup. Now, Tenontosaurus was way bigger than any individual Deinonychus. We're talking about something that could kick hard enough to shatter ribs. And it probably weighed more than all the raptors attacking it combined. So either these raptors were incredibly stupid, or they figured out how to work together. The evidence points to working together, but not in a cute, coordinated way you see in nature documentaries.
A cute, coordinated way? I don't know if I've ever seen a raptor pack hunt being depicted as cute. It's pretty much always horrifying. Like what? There's fucking Prehistoric Planet. You got the velociraptor leading a Praenocephaly up to the top of a cliff so that another velociraptor can kick it off the cliff to its death. That didn't strike me as cute. Dinosaur Planet, where they all gang up on like Protoceratops, or like a couple of them will distract some Protoceratops so they could steal the eggs. Was that cute? Really? Fucking Jurassic Park, where they just like completely sideline Muldoon and gang up on Udesky and fucking puncture his spine with their claws. Cute? Is this cute? What are we doing? Walking with Dinosaurs? Where the Utah Raptors gang up on the Iguanodon and it's played very straight? Fucking Jurassic Fight Club had basically this whole setup here where dromaeosaurs were killing like a big hadrosaur or something, and then of course you had the T-Rex coming to scavenge on it. I don't know if Jack Horner was consulted for that. Maybe he was. I don't fucking know.
More in the chaotic feeding frenzy way you see when hyenas find a dead elephant. Some
hyenas can't even be hunters in this fuck-ass hypothetical he's bringing up.
researchers think the raptors didn't even cooperate that much. Maybe one Deinonychus would attack a Tentatosaurus, and if it managed to wound or kill it, the sounds and smells would attract others.
Okay, that seems like a blatant contradiction, because you're saying that one Deinonychus would basically not stand any chance at all against the Tentatosaurus, but now you're saying that when one killed it, then that would attract others. So one killed it, but a bunch of them still died. How do you figure that one? How do you figure that?
Then they would all show up to claim a piece of the action, which would explain why so many raptor fossils are found with broken bones.
No, it wouldn't.
Around these carcass sites.
No, because you're saying that one managed to kill them. One Deinonychus managed to take down the entire Tentatosaurus. That is what you're saying. And that explains why there's so many broken bones. No, it doesn't. That explains the opposite. If one Deinonychus is capable of taking down a Tentatosaurus, then, like, first of all, Tentatosaurus is shit. And second of all, like, there should be no wounding here unless the Deinonychus are fighting each other.
They weren't just fighting the herbivore, they were fighting each other over who got to eat what part.
I hate these powers that I've been granted. Oh, I hate these powers that I've been granted. No. It's preposterous to assume that the Tentatosaurus, some fucking gay-ass herbivore, was breaking the bones of these Deinonychus. No. It was the Deinonychus themselves. Obviously. These fucking, like, 60-pound animals were just, like, breaking each other's bones. Fighting over Tentatosaurus meat.
Those famous raptor sickle claws weren't just for killing their prey. They were probably pretty useful for keeping your dinner companions at a respectful distance while you grabbed all the good stuff.
Really? This also seems to be blatantly contradicting what was said with the Utah Raptors, which is like, hey, these were pretty definitively a family unit. We're sticking with that story throughout the entire thing, not even entertaining the predator trap thing. But like with this one, we're really not giving any credit to the idea of Deinonychus actually being a pack hunter. You've got it completely fucking backwards. There is so much evidence to suggest that Deinonychus are pack hunting, but like the Utah Raptor cube is basically all we have for that. Fuck!
These dinosaurs didn't look like they shared much with their family. In fact, they might have killed their family just to get a meal.
What is wrong with you? So Deinonychus are out here killing each other anytime they get a large meal, and that is somehow a successful reproductive strategy, right? That is a successful survival strategy that results in there being lots of Deinonychus.
So yeah, group attacks can get messy, but sometimes we get the perfect snapshots of violence in some fossils we find.
He's gonna talk about the fighting dinosaurs, and I'm gonna get a soda because my throat is starting to kill me. Hello, my cannibalistic gummies. We're gonna talk about the fighting dinosaurs. Are these? No, these. These better not be breaking. I think I can see where it's happening. There's like a little bend here. No, that's where it is. God damn it. Well, it's not that bad.
Fine. There's a fossil in Mongolia that shows exactly what happens when a velociraptor picks a fight with something its size.
No, Protoceratops is quite a bit bigger than Velociraptor, at least in terms of weight.
Fossil is called Fighting Dinosaurs, and it's two skeletons locked together and what was clearly their final moment. On one side...
Well, yeah, of course it was their final moments. They're dead. Would it have been they're not? What?
You've got a Protoceratops, a pig-sized herbivore with a sharp beak and a bad attitude. The other side, a Velociraptor with its signature claw buried deep in the Protoceratops' throat. But the Protoceratops wasn't going down without a fight. Its jaws...
That is one scaly Velociraptor.
Are clamped around the Velociraptor's arm, and the bone shows fractures from the bite pressure. This wasn't a quick kill. This was a prolonged struggle where both animals were trying their best to murder each other. They probably died when a sand dune...
I mean, the Protoceratops is probably just trying to defend itself from the predator that is attacking it. He's just trying to get it the fuck off of it. But whatever.
Collapse on the mid-fight, which means their last thoughts were probably still focused on winning this stupid fight. Death...
The stupid fight. You know, this Velociraptor is trying to kill this thing to get a meal. What a stupid fucking fight. Jeez. Can't they just get along and the Velociraptor can put points into its, like, evolutionary genome in order to learn to eat grass or whatever shit? Like, what's this guy's problem?
Literally had to interrupt them. The Velociraptor's claw is positioned perfectly to slash the Protoceratops' throat, which would have been a killing blow if it had connected properly, but the Protoceratops managed to grab the raptor's arm and break it before that happened. What makes this fossil so perfect is that it captures the exact moment when both animals realized that they'd made a terrible mistake. The Protoceratops couldn't go without getting its throat cut, and the Velociraptor couldn't pull free without losing its arm, so they just held each other in this death grip until the sand buried them both. The whole thing lasted probably less than a minute, but it's been preserved for 75 million years as the ultimate example of prehistoric rage. Two dinosaurs...
Rage? I think this is more like a prehistoric example of a freak accident. You know what I mean? Like, this thing was probably happening decently often. 'Cause, like... there's no way we got the only fucking fossilized evidence of a Velociraptor ever attacking a Protoceratops ever. Like, this must have been happening decently often. It's just like we happened to get the time where it was preserved in the middle of it happening.
Dinosaurs refused to back down from a fight that neither of them was going to survive. So yeah, ultimately this is a pretty cool fossil, but some other dinosaurs made beating each other a complete lifestyle.
Oh my god, we're gonna talk about Tyrannosaur face biting. We're not even gonna talk about the Gorgosaurus. When was this? 10 months ago. The Gorgosaurus that ended up eating like a small Oviraptorosaur and ended up dying shortly afterwards, like potentially choking on it. It's just like, no, it's gonna be more face biting.
Gorgosaurus skulls tell a story about what it was really like to be a tyrannosaur. That story is mostly about getting your face bitten off.
Fucking blow my goddamn brains out. Holly.
Like I mentioned earlier, 60% of adult tyrannosaur skulls have bite wounds on them. These are not random injuries. There are specific bite patterns around the eyes, snout, and jaw area, and they are all healed over, which means these dinosaurs...
Yes, that means they survived the face biting, which means this was a very common thing, which means they were doing it all the time. We get it. This is like the 4th Tyrannosaur on this list. We fucking get it.
Through having their faces used as a chew toy. The wounds are always in the same spots, which tells us this wasn't accidental violence. violence. This was a ritualized face-biting session. Tyrannosaurs had developed a whole social system based on biting each other's faces till somebody gave up.
Okay, if this was like an actual video written by a person, right? Then like when you do the T-Rex section at the beginning, and then what you do is you say, this wasn't just exclusive to Tyrannosaurus. This was also found in Daspletosaurus and Gorgosaurus and fucking Albertosaurus, Tarbosaurus, like all the other Tyrannosaurs that this same fucking behavior was observed in, right? That's what you do. So you say like, oh, this...
He may expect an average viewer forgot about T-Rex.
True. Just like, hey, you know, T-Rex. Who gives a shit about T-Rex? Right? It's so frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating. Like, that's what I would do if I was writing the same video. It's just like, hey, here's all the other Tyrannosaurs that this behavior was observed in, based on fossil evidence. So clearly this is just a very normal thing. But apparently it made Gorgosaurus in particular, along with T-Rex and Daspletosaurus, that also made it a psychopathic killer.
One Gorgosaurus skull has multiple gouges around the eye socket.
Also, he talked about Stan in the T-Rex section, and he didn't mention that Stan survived having his fucking neck broken for a while. Like, long enough for his neck to heal being broken by another Tyrannosaur. That's what I would mention. That's like one of the coolest things ever. Not only were Tyrannosaurs like fighting each other like this, but like they were so ridiculously resilient that they could handle getting their necks broken by other T-Rexes.
That matched perfectly with Tyrannosaur teeth. Another has a chunk missing from the snout that healed into a smooth skull.
You're really gonna ingoopify like actual scientific images like this? Really?
These weren't life or death battles. They were more like extremely violent handshakes. The pattern shows up once the dinosaurs hit sexual maturity, which means face biting was probably how they sorted out who got to mate and who didn't. Instead of showing off with fancy dances or colorful displays, Tyrannosaurs just bit each other's faces until the hierarchy was established.
Have you seen an elephant seal before?
What's really disturbing is how casual this violence seems to have been. These weren't rare fights. This was happening all the time. Enough that most adults—
Have you seen elephant seals? Yes, these happen all the time.
Carried permanent facial scars from their teenage years. A typical Gorgosaurus probably spent its adolescence getting its face systematically destroyed by older, bigger Tyrannosaurs. Then, once it was big enough, it got to return the favor to the next generation. All this face biting seems really bad. Until
Welcome back to cannibalism. Welcome back, even though the material inside of Coelophysis' gut content was determined to not actually be a juvenile Coelophysis.
You hear about the falsely accused cannibal.
Okay, falsely accused. Well, if it's falsely accused, why is it on the fucking list?
For 50 years, Coelophysis had the—
Coelophysis? Coelophysis? Coelophysis.
Worst reputation in paleontology. Museums displayed it as the dinosaur that ate its babies. Textbooks called it a cannibal. Tour guides would point to its skeleton and explain how this monster would devour its own young when
Coelophysis. Fucking Christ.
When food got scarce. The whole thing started when a paleontologist found adult Coelophysis skeletons with small bones inside their rib cages. Obviously, baby Coelophysis bones, right? What?
Obviously, baby Coelophysis. Well, maybe Coelophysis is eating whatever the fuck this thing is called Coelophysis.
Else could they be? Well, turns out they weren't baby Coelophysis bones at all. In 2006, someone finally bothered to take a closer look at those—
Someone finally bothered to take a closer look at this shit. It's just like, I hate when he uses language like that to describe like just paleontologists doing further research. Like, this shit takes a while. You understand this, right?
The more I learn about T-Rex and other late Cretaceous dinos, the more I almost wish the meteor missed. Emphasis on almost. These guys earned it.
No, T-Rex was genuinely fun. Like, the more you learn about T-Rex, the cooler it gets. Like, it's so much cooler than it is in the movies. Yeah, he uses language like this a lot, like the scientists are stupid and late, like, oh, we misinterpreted this thing. What a bunch of fucking idiots these scientists were. It's like, oh, someone finally got around to taking a real look at this thing. It's like, what a bunch of lazy douchebags. It's like... It's so frustrating. It's so fucking... Like, I'm glad I'm not an actual paleontologist watching this shit, because if I was, oh my god, I'd be so fucking pissed. I'd be so fucking pissed that some douchebag like this gets to run my entire field of work through the mud to the tune of 500,000 subscribers and 2.5 million views. Like, how many fucking... How many views does Skeleton Crew get? 18,000 subscribers, like 4,500 views on their most recent video. These guys are actual paleontologists. Like actual ones, like real life ones. And they have their own YouTube channel. And it's very glad.
Learning about T. Rex is the IQ scale meme where both ends are T. Rex is cool.
Yeah, it's the bell curve. It's so frustrating.
Stomach contents. They discovered the bones actually came from small crocodiles and lizards, not baby dinosaurs.
Results unequivocally show that the gut contents derived from early crocodilomorphs rather than juveniles of Colophysis. Didn't say lizards. Also doesn't say crocodiles, it says crocodilomorphs. But I don't think he trusted that himself to pronounce that, which after Colophysis, I think I agree.
The cannibalistic Colophysis had just been eating regular prey the whole time, but even
regular prey. Oh, regular prey, like what you called Spinosaurus a psychopath for eating.
worse, some of those stomach contents weren't even inside the adults. They were just juvenile skeletons that happened to be lying under the adults when they all died together. We spent 50 years of calling this dinosaur a baby killer because nobody checked the actual work they were doing.
Fucking kill yourself. I'm sorry, that's too far. Oh, but I do actually mean it. Fucking kill yourself. God damn it. Ah. No fucking respect for paleontologists whatsoever. None whatsoever. Have a 500 fucking thousand subscriber channel dedicated to talking about dinosaurs, and you have no fucking respect for paleontologists whatsoever. That's so fucking cool. Hate this man. Hate this man.
The researchers who ended up clearing the Colophysis' name were probably pretty embarrassed.
Coelophysis!
That's about the whole thing. But the damage was already done, and that's why we're talking about this dinosaur in this video.
Oh, because the damage has already been done.
Colophysis still gets called the cannibal dinosaur in older books and websites that haven't been updated yet.
How do you update a book? You have to, like, publish a whole new edition. That's not free.
Its reputation is basically ruined forever because paleontologists in the 1950s jumped to conclusions. Ultimately, the real story is way more boring. Colophysis lived in groups, ate small animals, and occasionally died together during droughts or other disasters. There was no cannibalism. There was no baby eating.
There was probably cannibalism because, as you mentioned earlier in the video, it's quite a common thing.
And no psychotic behavior whatsoever.
Then...
At the very least, he's not an animal abuser.
For what very little that's worth. Yeah, does Coelophysis care, or Colophysis rather, care that its reputation has been ruined? I don't think it does. I think it's dead.
It's actually one of the most normal dinosaurs we know about and are talking about in this video. But it's stuck with this serial killer image because science got it wrong for 50 years. So while Colophysis got blamed for crimes it didn't commit, some herbivores were actual killers. Everyone thinks of Triceratops as this peaceful plant eater that just wandered around munching ferns all day.
Do they? If anything, I see people like complaining that Triceratops doesn't get in enough fights. You know what I mean? It's got the giant fucking weaponry on its face, dude. Its face is a weapon! Designed for fighting not only predators, but primarily other Triceratops. And I know you're gonna say... that fighting other Triceratops is probably the psychopathic behavior. Elephant seals. Hippos.
Well, I'm here to tell you that that's completely wrong. Triceratops killed T-Rex, and we have the evidence. One Triceratops brow horn was found with a healed T-Rex bite mark on it, which means a T-Rex tried to bite this Triceratops' face, and the Triceratops lived through it.
That doesn't necessarily mean that the Triceratops killed the T-Rex. What you would want, ideally speaking, is a T-Rex, like, skeleton with a pathology on it consistent with a Triceratops wound that didn't heal. Because in that case, then a Triceratops isn't going to go goring around a fucking T-Rex carcass for no reason. Because that just makes no fucking sense. It has no reason to do that. Like, a Triceratops surviving a T-Rex attack, fair enough, right? That certainly proves that T-Rex was trying to kill Triceratops, which is great to hear. Fuck you, Jack Horner. But it's like, that doesn't necessarily prove that the Triceratops killed the T-Rex in retaliation.
But more importantly, paleontologists have found T-Rex bones with suspicious holes in them that match the size and shape of Triceratops horns.
Okay, so you really should have led with that. Really should have led with that. Also, I don't know if that's even... Did he say on the face? Because...
with suspicious holes through it. But more importantly, paleontologists have found T-Rex bones with suspicious holes in them that...
Okay, I don't think these are the relevant bones. Those might just be fenestrae for making the skull lighter. I'm not an expert on this. I would have to ask someone from the skeleton crew, because they have Tyrannosaur experts there. I'm sure that there are like T-Rex pathologies that are consistent with Triceratops. I don't think these holes on the face are it, because that just doesn't make much sense to me. It's like it almost looks like the hole that you'd get from like poking something really soft with your finger, not necessarily like from being gouged by a Triceratops horn. Because again, Triceratops horns are huge. If a Triceratops horn like really impaled a T-Rex face, like that'd probably crack the bone all the way through, not just like leave a little, not even all the way through hole like that.
Match the size and shape of Triceratops horns. We're talking about 3-foot-long spears attached to a 12-ton battering ram. When a Triceratops charged something, physics was not on the target's side. The horn wounds they've found suggest Triceratops didn't just defend themselves, but they also went on the offensive. A scared urban...
What? How could you possibly determine that? Genuinely, how could you determine that? Through fossil evidence. I don't think you could. Like, what do you mean?
Herbivore runs away. Aggressive one lowers its head and charges. These weren't accidents. They were duels. These were two massive horned dinosaurs ramming...
Oh, he's talking about Triceratops fighting each other. Okay, I was so fucking confused.
...into each other until one of them backed down or got seriously hurt. They were basically living bulldozers with attitude problems, and they used those horns for everything from territorial disputes to dating negotiations. So yeah, T-Rex might have been the apex predator, but Triceratops was the thing that made apex predators think twice before picking a fight. The peaceful plant-eater thing is just good marketing. This thing was a psychopath. It's like how people today think hippos are fat, peaceful herbivores.
Or like how you think that about pigs. We're gonna call that a T-Rex comparison. We've already got a bingo, it doesn't matter. Christ. I don't know anyone that thinks, oh, you know, hippos are such sweet animals. Like, the main thing I will hear...
No, not the SPINOSNACK.
the spinosnack. Yes, the spinosnack. Like, the main thing that I hear about hippos is people talking about how dangerous they are. I have never heard someone who thinks that hippos are, like, friendly at all. Like, it's pretty common knowledge that hippos are ridiculously dangerous.
Do not ever get near a hippo. It will brutally murder you. I would rather be near a tiger than a hippo if I'm being honest with you. Hippos are huge. But moving on from Triceratops, let's talk more about the spike.
Hey, hippos also fight each other. Does that make them psychopathic?
Like wounds we briefly mentioned. An Allosaurus tailbone sits in a museum.
There we gotta get the Allosaurus with that got its peanut scored by a Stegosaurus.
In Utah, with a perfectly round hole punched through it. The hole is exactly 3 centimeters across, and the edges show signs of healing, which means this Allosaurus lived this injury for months before dying. That hole was made by a Stegosaurus tail spike. The match is perfect. Size, shape, angle, everything lines up. A Stegosaurus swung its tail during a fight and drove one of those massive spikes right through an Allosaurus vertebrae.
I don't think I've ever seen Allosaurus win a fight against a Stegosaurus in a documentary. I think they've all fucking died. Like, every time they've tried, or just, like, didn't even try at all. This is my hole that was made for me. Oh yeah, the guy with the butt weapon. Jesus Christ.
Then somehow managed to pull it back out without breaking the spike off. This wasn't defensive behavior.
Yes, it was! It very obviously was. An Allosaurus was trying to predate upon a Stegosaurus, and so the Stegosaurus defended itself. Man, this home invader was found with a gunshot wound in his fucking throat. This wasn't defensive behavior. Yeah, it fucking was!
This was violence with precision. 10% of Stegosaurus tail spikes show damage from hitting something hard during their lifetime. Tips are broken off or chipped, with new bone growth showing they lived through these impacts, which means Stegosaurus were regularly using those spikes to stab things, not just waving them around as threats. Another Allosaurus was found with what looks like a fatal spike wound to the hip bone, and there was no healing on that one. Whoever delivered that blow hit something vital, and the Allosaurus died pretty quickly afterwards. The physics of a Stegosaurus tail swing are actually terrifying. Those spikes could be 3 feet long, and the tail muscles were massive. When a Stegosaurus put everything into a swing, those spikes were moving fast enough to punch bone and keep going. Paleontologists have found Stegosaurus backplates with bite marks on them, showing that predators did try to attack from above, but the plates weren't the real defense.
I mean, yeah, obviously the predators were trying to attack. Like, do you think the Stegosaurus was just going around randomly whacking Allosaurus that weren't even trying to attack it?
They were just a distraction. The real weapon was always behind them, waiting for the predator to get close enough. Stegosaurus could kill you with 4 spears attached to its butt, and it regularly did. Now,
well, Shaker, you called it with the butt weapon.
Spikes are deadly, but some herbivores preferred the sledgehammer approach.
Of course, it's gotta be a fucking Jurassic World looking Ankylosaurus.
Calculations show that an Ankylosaurus tail club could generate—
This animal is a psychopath for defending itself. Yeah. Like, oh man, this rhinoceros is being chased by a fucking pack of hyenas, and it gored one to death with its giant horn. What a fucking psychopathic killer.
Enough force to shatter the leg bone of a T-Rex. Not crack it, not bruise it, but completely shatter it into pieces. The club was essentially a bowling ball made of solid bone attached to a tail that was pure muscle. When an Ankylosaurus
I want to say that, like, the tail of Ankylosaurus was not especially flexible. It was mostly bone. Like, really fused together, but, like, the tail of Ankylosaurus looks pretty fucking wild. Can we... No, I don't want an Ankylosaur tail. Can we get, like, fossil? Yeah, here we go. This looks about right. Yeah, I think this is a cast, but, like, gets the idea across that this is, like, a big, fused structure. Stegosaurus, in particular, that thyreophorine, had a very flexible tail, but Ankylosaur tails, as far as I'm aware, were much less so, especially, like, the derived club tails of, like, the ankylosaurs, like Ankylosaurus and Euoplocephalus. Like, oh yeah, this is another good image. I think Those look like AI goop monsters in the background, but this does look like a real Ankylosaurus tail. So I don't know what to think about that. Oh, here's one from Zool. Yeah, Zool is the specimen that we that gives us the indication that ankylosaurs were using these tail clubs to fight each other. And you can see just how fused and stiff this thing is. Not really much muscle here, I don't think. Or if there is muscle, then I don't know how much of a difference that's going to make. Yeah, Zool is a genus. Zool is a genus of ankylosaurs, and based on fossil evidence, we know that Zool were like kind of whacking each other with the club tails that they had. So this was a structure that was designed for fighting other members of the same species rather than defending themselves first and foremost. Because, like, you want to defend yourself, then you got all the armor and stuff, but now you can fight back, too.
There is no Ankylosaur, only Zool.
Only Zool. Yeah, back to this shit. We're almost done, I promise.
Swung that thing, it was delivering about the same impact as getting hit by a pickup truck. And they have evidence these clubs were actually used quite regularly. But the really interesting evidence comes from the ankylosaurs themselves. They found an ankylosaur called Zool with damaged armor plates on its sides that show signs of healing. The damage pattern suggests another ankylosaur hit it with a tail club during some kind of fight, which means these things weren't just using their clubs on predators. Ankylosaur domestic disputes apparently involved trying to break each other's ribs with bone hammers. The clubs only developed when the ankylosaurs reached sexual maturity, which tells us they were probably weapons used in mating contests. Two males would stand next to each other and just wail on each other's sides until one of them gave up or couldn't stand anymore. An ankylosaurus was basically a walking fortress that could end any argument with one swing of its tail. The fact that T-Rex bones show possible club damage suggests that even apex predators learn to give these things a very wide berth. Nobody wants to fight something that can break your leg from 3 feet away. Now, bone clubs can break legs.
You're ending off on Pachycephalosaurus? This is a psychopathic killer? Really? I don't think that these AI videos ever know how to, like, end off on a strong note. Because, like, Pachycephalosaurus is certainly a weird dinosaur, and, like, its own dominance rituals were certainly very brutal and violent, but, like, I don't know if I'd call this one, like, oh man, this one's top of the list for the psychopathic killers. You know what I mean? We don't have any definitive Tyrannosaur fossils with ankylosaur-related pathologies. I kind of thought so. I imagine that sort of thing would be difficult to even determine. Yeah, this thing starts off with T-Rex of all things, then it ends off with Pachycephalosaurus.
But some dinosaurs went on to weaponize their entire skull. A large percentage
Imagine being so insane as to weaponize your entire skull, ramming it into the heads of other members of your own species just to secure mating rights. Imagine such a monstrous, psychopathic creature as this. I don't know if I can do it.
Of Pachycephalosaurus skulls show evidence of brain injuries from head-butting contests. That's a culture built around giving each other concussions. The skulls have these weird pitted scars on the top and sides of their domes where the bone was damaged and then tried to heal itself. Sometimes the healing process got infected, leaving even nastier wounds. And the dome itself could be 10 inches thick of solid bone, which tells you exactly how much impact these things were designed to absorb. They didn't just bump heads gently during mating season. They were ramming into each other hard enough to cause permanent brain damage on a regular basis. One skull called
Jesus Christ, what was the laughter there? Where did that come from? What the fuck? I think that was just like a really stylized Pachycephalosaur. Was it not? That weren't it.
But some dinosaurs went on to weaponize their entire skull. A large percentage of Pachycephalosaurus skulls show evidence of brain injuries from headbutting contests. That's a culture built around giving each other.
Yeah, I think that's just super stylized. I want to say this little structure looks like kind of a throat waddle. He's obviously goopified it by upscaling it, which we gotta come up with a term for upscaling something, but making it look worse instead of making it look better. Because that is literally every single image that this guy upscales. Christ.
He did the Verifax thing of briefly going crazy.
Yeah, talk about the dire wolves or something, where it's just like, it's likely, they likely went extinct to a variety of factors. It's just like, Jesus. Yeah, the skull that we, hold on, it wasn't that one. It was like right after this one.
Sometimes the healing process got infected, leaving even nastier wounds. And the dome itself could be 10 inches thick of solid bone, which tells you exactly how much impact these things were designed to absorb. They didn't just bump heads gently during mating season. They were ramming into each other hard enough to cause permanent brain damage on a regular basis. One skull called Stan.
There we go. Yeah, this one also got upscaled and goopified. Which, yay, yippee.
Oh my god, they were ramming each other, something no other animal does.
Ramming each other? I like the sound of that. Say that again. But yeah, this is a thing that happens even in modern day animals that will headbutt each other, is that they will headbutt each other so hard that they will seriously injure themselves, sometimes like fracturing the skull, causing infections, getting brain damage. And like, that was kind of a thing with the whole debate on whether or not Pachycephalosaurs were actually like doing the whole headbutting thing. Because it's like, you know, these were probably designed for headbutting, but like maybe they were just doing it to the flanks or something. Because if they were headbutting each other's super thick heads, then how would they avoid like sustaining serious injuries? And the answer is, much like a lot of modern animals that do the same thing, they didn't. They didn't avoid these injuries. And sometimes you just had to face tank that, quite literally. Like that's basically the whole thing with the lesions on top of the head that suggest like fractures and infections and stuff like that. Is like, yeah, nope, they were doing it, and they were really, really hurting each other doing it. And it sucked. Why didn't they just make a spear? You're right. What if Diavolo just had a spear?
Jack Horner didn't support the headbutting idea BTW.
Of course not. It's a display structure. Jack Horner knows all about display structures.
Pachycephalosaurus has CTE.
Fucking goddamn, I gotta look this up now. CTE. Oh, gross. Progressive brain disease linked to repeated hits to the head. Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Yeah, why didn't Pachycephalosaurus just simply talk out their problems? Why didn't they just get a big stick or a rope to drag themselves out of the fucking mud? Why didn't they simply parry the meteor with their giant fucking heads?
Patchy has massive gouges carved into the dome. Another specimen has a circular wound where a chunk of bone was literally punched out and then healed over. These were not accidents. They were the result of organized...
Its eye is... both of their eyes are missing, and this guy's mouth is missing. Why?
Head-to-head combat between animals with weaponized skulls. The really disturbing part is that many of these injuries happen to juveniles. Young Patchies were getting their brains rattled before they even reached adulthood, which means this wasn't just territorial disputes between adults. This was systematic violence that started early and continued throughout their lives.
Systematic violence. Bro, they were practicing. Young animals do this today. Have you seen those videos of like baby goats that just like headbutt people? It happened to Bass Fishing Productions. He got like headbutted by a little sheep. Baby goat ramming. Behold systematic violence. Okay, he mostly just wants to eat Pam. Oh, it's a baby. Do a little headbutt. Okay. That's not what I was expecting. I was expecting it to do like a little bump into the leg or something. Let's try another one. Baby goat tries to headbutt cat.
Looks like he does want to headbutt.
Aww. Like, see, he's trying to play with the cat like it's another goat, right? Because that's how the baby goats will play with each other, is they'll practice their headbutting. And this is basically just like practice for when they want to, you know, duel with each other as adults. Like, this is super common for a lot of animals where, like, play behavior as youngsters ends up, like, translating into, like, survival behaviors for later on in their lives. Like, when dogs and cats will play fight with each other, it's the same thing. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's precious. Oh, that's so sweet. That is adorable. That is so fucking sweet. That's a palate cleanser. That's what we needed after this shit. I have a cat. Do I think they're better than dogs? That's a weird question. I think I'm definitely more of a cat person, but I also think that cats are quite a bit more low maintenance than dogs. Like, that's my thing. It's like pretty much all of my pets are low maintenance. Like, Brandy is my most high maintenance pet. And I mostly just have to, like, feed her 3 times a day and clean out her litter box, and that's it. I'm good. Yeah, this is psychopathic behavior, according to Spinosnack. This is systematic violence. Like, it really just depends on what you want, really, out of a pet. Like, if you want something that's more of a companion that, like... I think especially, like, for sort of, like, around kids, maybe, then I think that a dog would be really good. Depending on the kind of dog. But if you want something that's a bit more low maintenance, then I think that a cat is really good. And, like, personally for me, just in terms of, like, personality and maintenance, the cat is more my speed. Especially because I live in, like, an upstairs apartment. So if I had a dog, then I'd have to, like, get it on a leash, take it outside to the, like, designated pooping area several times a day. It's just like, I just don't care for that. It's not my thing.
An idea I'd like to see more is using retro paleo art dinos as aliens or freakish monsters. As inaccurate as they were, they had their own charm.
Well, that's just the plot of 65, except the alien planet is Earth. Earth.
Some of the infected skull wounds probably killed them slowly, because getting your skull cracked is bad enough, but when the crack gets infected and starts rotting, that is a whole different level of suffering. Patchies basically turned headbutting into an extreme sport, except the only prize was brain damage, and the losers often died from the injuries weeks later.
No, the prize was getting to fuck. The prize was prime Pachycephalosaurus pussy. That's worth it. That's all you need to do. Because that's how evolution works. As long as you can pass on your genes, you're good. You are good. Yeah, the prize was women. Women. I like women. I like women. I like the concept of a woman. I like to take that concept and reduce it to an object. And again, Rams do the same thing. They do the same thing. Sometimes they will seriously injure themselves, but as long as they get to fuck, they're good.
They spent their entire lives giving each other traumatic brain injuries as a form of social interaction, and somehow they thought this was a good system that was worth continuing.
Oh, don't fucking goopify this shit. This is already such a high quality documentary. Why do you need to upscale that?
For millions of years. And that's why I think that is the most psychopathic dinosaur out there, because while it's not a carnivore, giving each other brain damage for your entire life is just crazy. Do you think I missed any other?
Your fucking videos give me brain damage. God. God. Okay. That was expectedly awful. It's Spinosnack. Ugh. Good fucking gravy. It always takes us so long to get through. We have time for like one more video, I think.
Maybe the upscaling is for copyright protection?
Could be. But like there was a point where what video was? Yeah, this, where he had like this sort of old movie filter over the two Tarkia fighting in Prehistoric Planet. I think that makes more sense for a for like a copyright protection thing. Like, if you want to copyright protect yourself, then all you have to do really is just like show still images. Like, I show still images all the time. Other like prehistory channels will show paleo art all the time. The difference is that other channels, like I want to say Extinct Zoo, and I think Vividan as well, they'll actually credit the artists. This guy credits nothing, and it's so frustrating. He never credits anything, and in fact, he will go out of his way to remove credits, which is so frustrating. Aggression not seen in nature. Buddy, nature is so fucking terrifying. Bucks can and will absolutely with zero hesitation charge you head on with their antlers. Bros dissing raptors for standing on each other like most humans wouldn't do the same if they all got stuck. Cannibalism in nature is still present. Was always there, will always be there. In nature, you can't be a picky eater. But that is nature. Cannibalism is something a lot of reptiles do. Crocs, gators, monitors. Man! Like, all the top comments are just being like, this really isn't that big of a deal. This is overly sensationalized. They really are cooking his ass. Not even watching past 1:30. I've had chickens and seen this very thing in my own backyard. Burger. I should have a burger. Yeah, it's at least satisfying to see that the comments that actually bothered to watch the video are just like, no, none of this makes any sense. It's like, you know what? Good. I'm glad. This has like about as many comments as it does dislikes, and that makes me think like, hey, maybe a lot of those commenters are people leaving dislikes, which, thank God. I hope so. Okay. We got time for like one more. The most terrifying prehistoric monsters to ever exist by Crunchy Explains. Oh, you also suggested a video earlier? Let me see this. If this is another fucking bad one. Crunchy Explains. What the fuck is this? It's one of these big list ones. Rosie, what was the one that you suggested? Hold up. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Scariest prehistoric creatures explained in 9 minutes by non-circle. That sounds like a square to me. Is it another one of these? Of course it is. It's another one of these list ones. There's two. We get two. Two for the price of one. Well, I can already see the AI and goopification. So let's just get that out of the way. We'll try and do both of these. These seem relatively short.
Megalodon is the...
All right, that was fast. Megalodon. And we're just hopping right into it. All right.
Largest shark...
Biggest ever. All right, cool.
...that ever lived. A mouth with a body attached. You know how...
No, if you want a mouth with a body attached, look at a Pac-Man frog. Mine has gotten, like, surprisingly big in the short time that I've had him. He's grown quite a bit and gotten quite corpulent.
Regular sharks are already terrifying because they're basically a nightmare with a GPS tracker. Megalodon...
Meaningless statement. Bad attempt at a joke.
Megalodon was that, except it could swallow a small car and not even notice. We're talking a 60-foot, 60-ton torpedo of muscle and teeth cruising through prehistoric...
60 foot and 60 tons. I want to say both of those are off for Megalodon. Oh, this only has 13 views. How do you find these? Yeah, I'll call that overhyping. It would notice if it swallowed a car.
Oceans like a gangster nobody dared to mess with.
Oh,
Scientists think it could bite down with over 40,000 pounds.
Scientists say, all right.
Of force, 40,000. That's not bite you in half. That's compress your entire existence into 2 regrettable seconds and a red mist. Its teeth, 6 inches.
Who the fuck has a tooth like this? Jesus Christ.
Long, serrated, little fossilized daggers scattered across the ocean floor like it's been dropping spare ammo for future generations. People like to imagine them.
What? Spare ammo? That is definitely meaningless. What the fuck?
Chasing whales, but I think Megalodon didn't chase anything. It just appeared. You're swimming along.
Okay, first of all, who the fuck are you that you think things? Second of all, this is materializing. It teleports in. It simply appears. Ooh. It's just there.
Minding your business, and suddenly the light disappears because a living battleship is blocking the sun. If sharks today look dead in the eyes, Megalodon's eyes probably looked like an accountant's.
What?
Cold, bored, and calculating whether you were worth the effort. Spoiler, you were. You were always worth the effort.
Megalodon would always kill you. It's just like, oh man, I'm a megalodon. I smell a human in like 10 feet of water like 5 miles away. It's worth it, baby. It's worth it. Okay, that's thumbnail bait, dude. That's preposterous. Preposterous. Oh, we're ranking these guys? Okay, so this is definitely a list order then. Let's see how much it matters.
Mosasaurus is a prehistoric marine reptile that looked at dinosaur and crocodile and said, yes, both, please.
Didn't mean to scare you. Hello. You getting all puffy with me? Are you getting all puffy with me, young man? Look at you. Look what a big man you are. Look what a big man you are. You want to smell? You want to smell me? There you go. There you go. See? Get a little freaked out? Get a little wigged out? Hi. Dimitri got a little freaked out. Want a worm? I can get you a worm. Ooh. Oh. Okay, don't eat the tongs. There you go. There you go. Bro, like deep throated the tongs. There you go. That one. Just that, but with fins. You know, it's not difficult. Lizard. Did you eat your worm? Did you finish it? There he goes. There he goes. I startled him a little bit. I woke him up from a nap and he was not okay with that. Hello. I know, this thing looks like a freaking alien. Isn't he so crazy? Hi. Hello. Nope. You good? You look like you're about to slip off. You want to just chill here? Are you going to chill? Nope, you're going to fall. He's gotten so big. He's such a big boy now. Why does the Mosasaurus have feet? It is a mystery. This guy has feet, but he lives on land. He's supposed to. Oh, hi. Good. Some shirts are easier to climb up for him than others. Yeah, big man. If I was wearing a hoodie right now, probably be a lot better. Give me a second here. I don't like having him out while Brandy's in the room. Brandy, looky. Looky. There you go. There you go. Go on. There she goes. As he is crawling on top of my head. Good. Hello. Tongue flicks right on the eye. What a little goober. You gonna jump off my back and onto the chair? There he goes. You know, it's a leather chair. It's not very easy for you to climb on. Oh, down he goes. And that, my silly boy, is why I don't like having you out when Brandy's in the room. Because you jump off of me and onto the floor, and then Brandy wants to eat you. Anyway, let's continue. And he's jumped off again. Let's not continue because I got to put him back.
This thing was 40 to 50 feet of raw get out of the water energy. Not a fish, not quite a dinosaur, but a sea monster in the biblical sense. Imagine a Komodo dragon, except it traded legs for flippers and lived its entire life in a liquid buffet. It had a double-hinged jaw, meaning it could open its mouth so wide you...
Dimitri? Oh. You are so goofy. By the way, don't grab just any lizard by their tail. I'm okay with doing this to Dimitri because he's a monitor lizard. He cannot drop it. I'm very sorry for that, young man. You can have another worm. Oh. There you go. What a silly boy. Anyway, what the fuck is this guy saying?
Entire life in a liquid buffet. It had a double-hinged jaw, meaning it could open its mouth so wide you could park your trauma inside it. Its teeth weren't
trauma? Is my trauma bigger than a car?
Sharp, they were recurved. So if it bit you, congratulations, you were already inside the return chute. If you...
The what? The huh? Already inside the huh?
Ever seen Jurassic World?
That counts.
You know it's the thing that ate a great white shark like it was popcorn. And while that scene is fun, reality was worse.
No, it wasn't, because the real-life Mosasaurus was quite a bit smaller. Why is it always vomit? It's always fucking vomit. I will use my blood vomit attack on you, other Mosasaurus.
Mosasaurus lived in oceans teeming with giant prey. Turtles the size of dining tables. Squid that could strangle you, other Mosasaurs. Cannibalism?
Yep.
How do you have a cat and also fish and lizards?
I have lots of stuff. I have cat, I have 2 fish tanks, shrimp tank, tree frog, Pac-Man frog, snake, centipede, tailless whip scorpion, tailed whip scorpion, tarantula, I think that's it. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm planning on getting more. I have enough room for like some dart frogs, which I'm working on their setup right now, and the ultimate goal is to get like a 6 foot by like 6 foot long, 2 foot deep, and 4 foot tall tank for my living room, and I'm probably gonna get a frilled dragon in there. Probably a frilled dragon, maybe a tree monitor. I'm not entirely sure which one yet. Probably the frilled dragon, just because, like, for one, they're cheaper than tree monitors, and for two, I think they're really cool. I've already got one monitor. I don't know if I need another one.
Absolutely. You don't get that big without sometimes eating your cousin. The fossil record even shows bite marks from other mosasaurs on mosasaur bones. They weren't just predators. They were paranoid,
Paranoid? What the fuck?
psychopathic predators, killing anything big enough to look them in the eye.
The fuck? What? Ooh, it's above the megalodon.
Therizinosaurus is a giant herbivorous.
Yeah, the frilled dragons are illegal to own. Fucking did I bookmark the one? Yes. The ones that I want. The babies. Fuck, quantity 1? Oh, there's only 1 left. No. It was like 3 yesterday. Oh, no, the FOMO. The FOMO. No. But it's so cute. But it's so cute. The FOMO. But, like, yeah, you could get frilled dragons. Frilled lizards. There we go. See, this one's $1,200. It is a hybrid, so I imagine it's a hybrid between, like, an Australian and an Indonesian. Let's see. Purchased as Australian, but likely a hybrid. Okay. And then this one is a pair of Australians for $4,000. Look at his funny little face. I love them so much. Rah! You're scary. This one's big chillin'. Look at you. What a little badass. But there's only 1 left. I'm so there's only 1 left. Like $700. You look at some of the other ones, you realize that $700 is a fucking steal. Especially for like captive bred. $4,000 for a lizard? You gotta understand why I'm looking at these instead of tree monitors. This one's $8,500 for a pair of blue tree monitors. On out, like this one, another blue tree monitor, $4,000. I would say get it. I do not have the money.
Mr. Sir is displeased by this.
I will not have the money. Thank you very much, by the way. I will not have the money for even buying it for the next, like, 5 days. And if there were, like, 3 yesterday and 1 today, here today, gone tomorrow, man. I don't know if I'll get the chance. Like, I could maybe keep a little baby like this in the spare 40-gallon I've got. Until, like, I save up enough to get the big enclosure that I want for it. Which, like, I want to say that the cheapest one that I found is, like, $800 for the size I'm looking for. Which I might be able to do with a payment plan. But, like, the best one that I've seen, if I can check my bookmarks here. The Toad Ranch one. Yeah, that's fucking primo. Looks great. Nice wood finish. Big glass viewing. $1,900. Now, I could maybe do a payment plan here. I could try. But I don't know, man. It might be a pretty dicey operation. Like, I want to say the $800 one, if I can find that one. Yeah, the animal plastics one. Like $8.74. That's like half the price. Right? But I just don't like the way it looks as much. You know? I don't like the little opening door. Like, there is a sliding glass door option, which I would prefer. But it's like, I just don't really... I don't like this down the middle. And like, I have seen some people with the with this particular model. There's one guy who's actually breeding Chinese water dragons who got one of these, which is really crazy because most Chinese water dragons that you get are absolutely not captive bred. I just don't like the little center thing. And then I think, wait, there was one more that's roughly the size I'm looking for. Yeah, Zen Habitats. And that's even worse. Like this one's $1,000, but it's got like this partition over on the side here that makes it look like asymmetrical. Like at least with the animal plastics one, it's down the middle, right? The partition. Okay, I have a free gift. Cool. This one's over on the side, so it's more like two that are kind of stuck together, and I really just don't like the way that looks. I don't like it. Like, I think it looks better if you go for a darker color like this. Like, that's less bad, but it's not my favorite, especially if it costs more than the animal plastics one. I don't know, man. But this one would be, like, so nice. This one would, like, be ideal, and if I could get a payment plan on that, like, 100%. 100% I'd get that one. I don't think I need too much of substrate, just because frilled dragons spend most of their time up in the trees. But anyway, let's continue with the video. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted talking about the animals I want to buy.
First dinosaur with claws longer than your forearm. There is something deeply unsettling about a creature that looks like it should be in a slasher film, but eats salad.
I guess. I mean, sloths today have big claws, you know?
12-meter-long dinosaur walking through Cretaceous forests with claws.
12 meters? That's like 36 feet. That's fine.
Claws that could open you like a letter, but instead of hunting, it used them to pull down branches, rake leaves toward its beak, and casually ruin the mental health of anything watching. It had a pot belly, a small head, and feathers.
These look a lot more like ornithomimosaurs than actual Therizinosaurus.
Yes, feathers. Picture a nightmare turtle.
Yeah, that's right. This thing had feathers. It's like, okay. Yeah, that sounds normal. It's a dinosaur after all.
Turkey that skipped leg day, but invested heavily in the Edward Scissorhands skill tree.
Oh, 12 meters is 40 feet? I'm fucking stupid then. Right, because 10 meters is more like 33 feet. 40 feet's fine enough. I can live with that. Yeah, the Edward Scissorhands skill tree. Fucking cringe, dude.
What kills me is that paleontologists used to think it was a carnivore because of those claws. They thought it was an...
Well, mostly because it was a theropod. And the idea of, like, for a while, it wasn't just the claws thing. It was also the fact that, like, this was a theropod. And for a while, it was believed that, like, theropods were pretty uniformly, carnivorous animals, with like some exceptions that were omnivorous. And I think even early representations of Therizinosaurus leaned more into that omnivory thing. But when skull material and teeth of Therizinosaurus were finally found, and it's like, okay, this is something completely different, even though it is a theropod. So, yeah.
Apex predator. Nope, just a vegan with murder hands. Which makes it worse, because if it ever did decide to attack you, maybe you annoyed it. Maybe you were standing between it and a particularly tasty fern. You wouldn't get away. It wouldn't even eat you.
What? That makes it worse because you wouldn't get away and it wouldn't eat. What? What?
You'd just be a pile of regret on the forest floor. Fertilizer for the plants it actually wanted.
The Therizinosaurus is playing the long game here of just killing you so that you can die and become the grass. And then we eat the grass. It's like, fucking stupid ass Mufasa in your circle of life, why don't the antelope just kill all the lions and make everything grass? Duh. But when we die, we become the grass, and then we eat the grass, right? Not exactly. We can't digest grass. We're grass intolerant. Oh, lame-o.
Megalania is the largest terrestrial lizard to have ever existed, a land dragon without the fire. Imagine an Australian monitor lizard, already a scary thing, blown up to the...
Well, I think that perennies are beautiful, but go on. Also, I have an Australian monitor lizard. He's going inside of his little cork bark tube right now because it's his bedtime. Good night, Dimitri. Good night, Dimitri. I'm sorry I startled you earlier.
Size of a delivery van, 20+ feet of muscle, scales, and bad intentions. It lived during the Pleistocene, which means humans might have actually met this thing. Picture...
Well, we drove it to extinction, so yeah.
Being some prehistoric hunter, crouching in the bushes, and realizing the bush is breathing. Its bite likely...
I don't think it looks like a bush, but whatever.
...carried venom, like modern Komodo dragons, which means you wouldn't just die. You'd rot from the inside while it followed you at a casual...
God, again, it's just like we're really overhyping the venom of Megalania, like that's a huge problem.
...pace, like a reptilian debt collector. And here's the part that's deliciously awful. We don't know exactly when it went extinct. Some estimates put it as recently as 50,000 years ago. That's nothing in evolutionary time. There's even Aboriginal rock art that some think might depict Megalania, which means your ancestors might have had a don't go near the big lizard rock rule for very practical reasons. Honestly, the only comfort we have is that Australia today is already full of things trying to kill you, so maybe it wouldn't have made much difference.
That's probably the most reasonable thing you've said. Fucking... God. Also, I don't know how many people watching this video would have ancestors that are Australian Aboriginals. Call me crazy. 7. Womp.
Dinosuchus is an ancient crocodilian so absurdly...
Do we got butcher pronunciation? Yep. Let's see what we got here. I mean, a lot of these are unrelated. The Therizinosaurs look a lot more like Ornithomimosaurs. Because it's all AI generated anyway. It doesn't fucking matter. Scariest prehistoric creatures. We've had Deinosuchus, Megalania, Therizinosaurus, Megalodon, and Mosasaurus. Okay. We'll see how much the tier list shakes up at the end there to see whether or not the list order matters. Like, the order that it's being presented in doesn't seem to matter, but they are still ranking them at the end. So if that ranking makes any sense, then we'll say that the list order doesn't matter. I don't know if we can say it was likely due to a variety of factors, because he didn't really talk about why it went extinct, just when it went extinct.
Big, it could have ended Jurassic Park in the opening credits.
What?
Picture a modern saltwater crocodile, already a perfect murder machine, and then crank it up to around 35 feet long.
Oh my god.
Smiley face.
Well, thank you for the 100 Australian dollar dues. Are you descended from Aboriginals? Is it possible? Do we have one in chat right now? Because if so, then I'd apologize. You're more far-reaching than I thought. Yeah, imagine a crocodile, but really fucking big. Smaller than the T-Rex in Jurassic Park, so probably couldn't have ended it.
With a bite force strong enough to turn a dinosaur's ribcage into abstract art. This wasn't wait by the river and eat fish big. This was ambush a hadrosaur and drag it screaming into the swamp big. Fossils show bite marks on dinosaur bones that match Deinosuchus perfectly. Imagine that moment.
Well, you pronounced it correctly that time. Why?
A multi-ton dinosaur wandering to the water's edge for a drink, only for the water to grab it back. The thing about crocodiles is they don't age like other animals. They just keep growing if they have enough food. Now,
I mean, that is the case for a lot of reptiles, I want to say. This is the case for a lot of animals. Like, lobsters are one of the big examples of that. Fucking... I'm going to say turtles and tortoises are similar. But, like, yeah, they just kind of don't... They will die of, like, old age and natural causes and stuff like that. But it just takes them a while, especially because they do have rather slow metabolisms. Like, I want to say Nile crocodiles in Africa can go a very, very long time without eating. Because there's some crocodiles where it's like they'll go to the like the areas where zebras and wildebeest will cross for their migrations, and like that's all they'll eat. They'll just wait until the next migration in order to eat again. So yeah, that's probably a pretty huge factor in why they age so slowly. And they just continue to grow throughout their whole lives, which, as far as I'm aware, is a pretty common thing for reptiles. It's just that, like, it slows down a lot as they do age.
Now give that evolutionary cheat code a few million years of practice, and you get a reptile that could lurk underwater for over an hour before launching an attack. And it wasn't ugly either.
What?
Its armor-plated back probably glistened in the sun like wet stone. The last thing you'd see before being yanked under was a row of bony ridges cutting across the water toward you, silent as guilt, and then darkness.
Okay. Why are you making it seem like poetic at the end there when you're dying? Number 2.
Dunkleosteus is...
I'm going to say that I don't think Deinosuchus is as big of a deal as Megalodon or Mosasaurus. So I'm going to say list order doesn't matter. Dunkleosteus I would probably put like above Megalania maybe, just for being relatively small.
The prehistoric fish that proves jaws are overrated. You can just have an armored guillotine for a face.
But it has jaws. It has jaws. It is a jawed fish.
This thing swam the Devonian seas 300...
What the fuck is that? That looks like that thing that Obi-Wan Kenobi fought in like the arena in the Clone Wars. What the fuck is this thing?
58 million years ago, reaching up to 30 feet long, covered in bony plates like a medieval knight who skipped the horse. It didn't have teeth. Instead, it had sharpened bony plates that acted like self-sharpening shears.
I feel like we've heard that being described in that exact way like a billion times.
These plates could bite with a force of over 8,000 pounds, enough to cleave through armored prey like ammonites, other fish, or your sanity. And it could open its mouth in a fraction of a second.
It opens its mouth really fast and creates suction and blah, blah, blah.
Creating a suction that just vacuumed victims inside. Its head was 1/3 of its body length. Imagine meeting a fish where the conversation is already 90%. Which part of you do I eat first? It couldn't chew, so it would just bite chunks out of prey and swallow them whole. Dunkleosteus...
That is the case for a lot of fish. I will see my own fish just kind of like take little bits of bloodworms in and just kind of like crush them up into smaller pieces, spit it out, and then take the little pieces that they crunched up and then swallow those. That's just what they do. Sorry. I've been going for a while.
This wasn't a hunter in the normal sense. It was a walking, swimming inevitability.
Walking? It's a fish. It's a fish. What are you talking about?
And because its armor fossilized so well, we have an unsettlingly clear picture of what it looked like.
Well, we have a clear picture of its face, but nothing else. Because the rest of it was not armored. Yeah.
The Suckleosteus returns.
The Suckledursaurus.
You can stare right into the fossil skull today and still hear the Devonian Ocean saying, yeah, you'd be dead by now.
That's number 1? Yeah, the list order definitely doesn't matter. You put that shit at number 1 above the Deinosuchus, Mosasaurus, and Megalodon? You didn't even see how big Dunkleosteus was. By the way, not very.
Quetzalcoatlus is a pterosaur so big, it makes airplanes nervous.
Which airplanes? That's a very important distinction. Also, it's got like a fucking... It's got like a Yi-Chi styloform bone over here. I don't know what the deal with that is. And its thumb is super... It looks like this is a pterosaur trying to be Yi-Chi. Like, it's got one sort of extended finger here, when really it should be like 3 fingers, with the extended pinky being the support for the wing. But it's only got 1 here, almost like it's got sort of 2 fingers in a hand formation like this. Almost more like a bat, actually. And then like a big styloform bone going down from the hand, like over to the pelvis. What a weird pterosaur reconstruction.
Wingspan, 35 feet, roughly the...
Okay, that's a worse pterosaur reconstructed, but I can at least see that it's completely god-awful. Right? Like, everything about this sucks.
size of a small Cessna. Weight, over 500 pounds of hollow-boned arrogance. It didn't flap much. It just glided across the sky like a shadow looking for trouble. Paleontologists think it could stalk prey on land like a stork, meaning you could be walking and suddenly realize the shadow following you isn't a cloud. It's long.
Okay, wait, so it's stalking prey on land, but the shadow following you isn't a cloud, which kind of implies that it's in the sky? I'm confused.
Spear-like beak was perfect for stabbing small dinosaurs, fish, or anything else foolish enough to move.
Of course it's the
Here's
fish
the
thing.
nightmare detail. It probably hunted on the ground more than in the air.
You said that already. That's repeating yourself. You are repeating yourself. Also, I'm calling it a blatant contradiction. Because, yeah.
That's right. This thing could just walk up to you. Imagine being a tiny...
You said hunt on the ground like a stork. You already said that.
Cretaceous mammal,
That's not
popping
a
your head
mammal.
out of a burrow and instantly being turned into a kebab by a flying murder javelin. And yes, its name comes from the Aztec feathered serpent god, which feels less like homage and more like a confession. The skies didn't belong to birds back
What? Fuck you.
then. They belonged to something that could land, fold its wings, and still be taller than you.
Guys, we're finally at the end of the video. Time to see what shows up in the middle of the list.
Anomalocaris is a Cambrian...
That's misleading. Also, what the fuck is this thing? Seriously, what is this crap? I'll tell you what it is. That's a fictional animal. This doesn't exist. It is certainly not Anomalocaris. What else we got? Christ. Let's continue.
Predator that proves early life was just pure experimental horror. It lived over 500 million years ago, when most creatures were still figuring out up and down. At around 3 feet long, it was enormous for its time. Basically a leviathan in a world of jelly beans. Its
Well, I mean, there was also Omnidens, which was quite a bit bigger, but what the fuck ever.
body looked like a shrimp, a centipede, and a nightmare took turns designing it. 2 long, spiny appendages reached out from
Where is the centipede part of Anomalocaris, I have to wonder? I don't see it. Like, I mostly just see a sort of scaled up fairy shrimp with little gravity hands.
its face to grab prey, dragging them toward a circular pineapple slicer mouth filled with hardened plates.
Ah, the pineapple eagle, of course.
And here's the part that's genuinely creepy. It probably had compound eyes with incredible vision for its era. So while most of
for its era. That's one of the few videos we've seen that like actually specifies that, yeah, for the era where a lot of shit was like jellyfish and sea sponges, then yeah, you know, Anomalocaris had pretty good vision compared to things that don't have eyes at all.
of its contemporaries were blind or half-blind blobs, Anomalocaris could see you. In a world where every other organism is just floating around hoping not to get eaten, this thing was actively hunting. Some scientists think it fed on trilobites, the armored Roombas of the Cambrian, by prying them open like cans. And because the Cambrian Ocean was alien-looking to begin with,
I mean, as far as I'm aware, the modern consensus that Anomalocaris was primarily feeding on soft-bodied animals, but who the fuck cares at this point? Maybe he was eating trilobites that had like freshly molted. That's a possibility.
Anomalocaris ends up feeling less like an ancestor of modern animals and more like something that still lives somewhere deep, where we just
Well, it's not an ancestor of modern animals because its lineage went completely extinct.
haven't looked yet.
That is... there's some right proper goop. I plumb reckon. Fucking awful. Oh dear God. Do we have time for one more? I think we might if I pee first. I gotta take a wheeze. And not on the electric fence. Meow meow. All right. Go. Go, my chud daughter. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can get through this one last one. Yeah, we all hate rebirth in this household. At least I hope so. Alright.
Terror birds. Imagine walking around.
Entire clade? Noted. Just the whole guys. All the guys.
Millions of years ago. And instead of lions or wolves, the thing you had to worry about was a giant bird that couldn't even fly. Sounds harmless, right? Well,
no. It doesn't, because I know what a cassowary is. Yeah, that doesn't... I mean, I would be more worried about a bird that can't fly than a bird that can in the vast majority of situations. Because the flightless birds tend to be the really big ones, and the flighted birds tend to be things like a chickadee, or a hummingbird, or a house sparrow. Like, sometimes the flying birds are scary, like you got a big eagle or something. What are you doing, Miss Brandy? What are you staring at? She's so dumb. She's so dumb. Anyway. Yeah, that does not sound harmless. Because I know what a cassowary is.
This was not harmless. These were called terror birds, and they were some of the deadliest predators to ever live. They first showed up around 6...
That is such a weird drawing. Like, not to completely shit on your style here or whatever, but this is a weird-ass drawing. The perspective, I could tell that, like, perspective may not be a strength of yours.
60 million years ago, and stuck around for ages. Some scientists...
Also, no, they didn't evolve 60 million years ago. They came along way after that.
Even think a few might have survived up until about 15,000
scientists say
1,000 years ago, which means early humans could have actually run into them. And that is terrifying. These birds were not small either. Some stood taller than...
Well, some of them were small. Seriamas still are small. They're the closest living relatives of terror birds.
Man, while others grew over 3 meters high and weighed as much as 350 kilos. And the craziest part was their beaks. They were huge, hooked, and sharp enough to split bone in a single strike. But they did not need to fly. On land, they were like sprinting monsters, running up to 65 kilometers an hour. If one spotted you, there was no way you were outrunning it. Now imagine being an early human, casually walking through the grasslands, when one of these...
If I'm imagining myself as an early human, I have so many problems to deal with, dude. I feel like a terror bird would be pretty low on the list, honestly. It's just like, man, I could get any disease ever right now, and I'm just fucked. We don't have modern medicine yet.
Giant birds locked eyes with you. You would try to hide, maybe climb a tree, but even then, your chances were slim. One hit from that beak could kill you right on the spot. However, it was not just the attacks that made them terrifying. It was the constant fear. Every open plain came with the risk of running into one. People would have had to choose carefully where to live or hunt, because certain areas basically belonged to the terror birds. And this was...
Okay, you know that applies to, like, any predatory animal ever, right? It's just like, hey... You know, India was one of the first big civilizations on the planet, right? Yeah, it's definitely overhyping. And they had lions and tigers and leopards and big ass bears and wolves and so much shit, and they still managed to become one of the earliest civilizations on the planet.
It's crazy because even fertile valleys and rich hunting spots would have become useless.
Why are there dinosaurs here? What these are like little raptors or something. What are these doing here?
If the birds were around, you would starve before you risked going there. Meganura. Imagine a
Big
world...
bug. Big bug!
Over 300 million...
Also, list order doesn't matter. And misleading. Meganura is not that scary.
Years ago, during the late Carboniferous. You see, at the time, the skies weren't empty. They were swarming with monsters. One of the wildest was Meganura.
I thought he was going to talk about the oxygen thing. But now that I've said that, he's absolutely going to say it now.
Absolute monster, with wings nearly as wide as a hawk's, stretching up to 75 centimeters. Back then, oxygen levels hit 35%.
And you're married to the more. I don't care what they say about us anyway. I don't care about that.
Way higher than today, letting these giant hunters dominate the dense, sticky swamps and forests. If humans had been around, just walking through the woods would have been terrifying. Meganura wasn't your average dragonfly. Its spiny legs could snatch prey midair.
It wasn't your average dragonfly. It was really big. modern dragonflies snatch prey midair with their spiny legs, and they're really, 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 really good at it.
And its jaws could crush anything unlucky enough to get close.
Modern dragonflies do the same thing.
Probably wouldn't be dinner, but one bite could shred skin and leave nasty wounds.
Youch. Also probably wouldn't be dinner. Like, no, you wouldn't. You just straight up wouldn't. Dragonflies are designed to hunt prey that are much smaller than themselves. Prey that can fit within the grasp of their bristly, spiny arms. Because that's their whole hunting strategy. Like, you're acting like a dragonfly is almost like a mosquito, where it's just going to land on a large animal and then, like, rip a chunk off of it and then just be good to go from there. That's not how they hunt at all.
Massive wings flapping overhead and the snap of mandibles inches from your face. And it gets crazier because they didn't hunt alone. Swarm.
Okay, this is a new one. Pack hunting Meganeura. Huh? I beg your fucking pardon? Like, dragonflies will certainly group together. Not necessarily like hunting as a pack, because again, they're not hunting especially large prey, which is, you know, one of the big advantages of hunting in a group, is that you can take down prey that is much larger than you ordinarily could. In some cases, prey that is larger than yourself. Like, dragonflies congregating around one area probably just means that there's a lot of food in that area, enough for multiple Meganeura. So, that's just silly.
Swarms could harass anything on the ground, making even a quick stroll a battle for survival. Even heavy clothing couldn't protect your face, ears, or neck if you were to go out at that time and run into a swarm of these monsters. Today, oxygen levels can't support insects this big. But
no, what happened is that oxygen levels have nothing to do with gigantism, but now there's stuff that flies that just outcompetes insects, who they just can't keep up. Okay?
Back then, size, speed, and aggression turned the air into a battlefield, just as dangerous as the ground. Survival meant constantly watching above and below, exhausting anyone lucky enough to be alive. Arthur Plura Armada. If humans had walked the...
Of course. Just like... big millipede. Big millipede.
Carboniferous swamps alongside Arthur Plura Armada, it would have been one of the worst times to be alive.
Why?
Arthur Plura was a colossal millipede-like creature. The largest...
Also, the example you showed here...
One of the worst times to be alive. Arthur Plura was a
This is a millipede. This is not a centipede. I would get my centipede and show it to you, but that would involve me holding my centipede, which I'm not going to do, because the idea of that terrifies me to my very core. Centipede. That... Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Centipede. That's a centipede. What you were showing here is a millipede. That is different.
Colossal millipede-like creature, the largest land invertebrate ever known, stretching from 1 meter up to 2.6 meters long, almost 8.5 feet, and about half a meter wide. Its body was covered in armored jointed segments that glinted in the light, forming a living wall of tough plates. And the craziest part was its dozens of legs, rippling in weight.
Whoa, a millipede had a bunch of legs? The thing that means 1,000 legs had a lot of legs? That's crazy.
As it moved. Imagine coming face to face with one sprawled across a narrow forest path. It would have been impossible to ignore, and turning back would have been terrifying. But here's the thing. Arthur...
I love how even in the hypothetical, the Arthur Plura isn't actually doing anything. It's just existing creepily. It's just... What's it doing? I don't know. Nothing. Okay.
Arthur Plura probably just ate plants or decaying matter. It wasn't hunting humans, yet its sheer size and...
Well, humans hadn't evolved yet. You should say it wasn't hunting anything. The only thing it was hunting was a delicious salad or maybe some fertilizer. Some nice, delicious poo. Poo.
Weight made it dangerous. One unlucky step.
What? No. We're not doing the Spinosnack thing. We're not doing the Spinosnack thing where an Arthur Plura can inexplicably trample you to death. Please, no.
Could have meant being crushed under its bulk.
You with your bullshit. With your bullshit. Fuck you. It's a contradiction. It's just... We've already got overhyping. Yes. How would it trample you? I ask you. I ask you. I ask you. How would it trample you? Oh yeah, unrelated animal uses B-roll because we got the centipede in place of the millipede. Genuinely, how would it trample you? How? How would it do that? Did you just happen to be laying down and an arthropluera just walked over you? Because I imagine what would happen in that situation is it starts walking on top of you very slowly as it does, and then you're just like, oh, geez. And then you get up, because you're probably freaked out, and then the arthropluera just backs up and it scurries away. Or maybe it doesn't do that at all because it's got its little antenna that it can smell, oh, this is a living thing. I don't want to walk on top of that because then it'll probably freak out and maybe flip me over. If you are an arthropluera, the last thing you want to do is get flipped over.
On top of that, some scientists think it might have secreted chemicals that could irritate eyes or lungs, meaning even brushing...
Well, yeah, defensively speaking. That's what modern millipedes do when things are trying to eat them. Simply do not attempt to eat the arthropleura.
Past it could force a blind, panicked retreat. In the dense, humid forests and swampy areas it lived in, the ground would rustle and stir at night. And for a human, there was no way to know if the sound was just the wind, or the legs of a giant arthropleura moving closer.
Christ.
Its slow pace might make it seem harmless, but in reality, its armor and size made it almost impossible to fight or get around.
Then don't fight it. Just leave it be. What's it gonna do?
Weapons wouldn't stand a chance, and forest paths were often too narrow to pass safely, even without being aggressive.
I'm so glad that arthropleura is extinct, because if videos like this were around when it was still alive, then people would be killing them en masse. So... thank God.
This creature could kill through sheer weight or by surprise. Jacalopterus. It's about 400 million years ago, and you're at a riverbank, just trying to take a sip of water. But then you see it. A shadow moving under the murky surface. Surprise! It's Jacalopterus, the biggest arthropod ever.
Biggest ever. Biggest ever.
Stretching over 2.5 meters long, with claws that could snap bones like twigs. This thing even looked scary. It could lie completely still in shallow water.
It even looked scary. Like... I think what you meant, how you meant to emphasize that is, it even looked scary, right?
Water, waiting for the right moment to strike. Its claw was nearly...
Also, I sincerely doubt that Jacalopterus would have been hunting like a crocodile, which seems to be what you're implying here. You would have to get in the water for Jacalopterus to be a problem for you. So, yeah, just don't get in the water.
1/2 meter long, sharp, and strong enough to grab and crush anything that came too close.
You already said that. I already said that.
Even standing ankle deep, you'd be in danger. One sudden lunge could drag you under before you had a chance to scream. Its eyes were incredible, able to spot the tiniest movement from meters away. Once
it had compound eyes very similar to other arthropods, which see okay.
Locked onto a target, escape wasn't an option. No human could swim fast enough, especially in deep, murky water, where it could vanish with its prey without a trace. And the worst part is that you couldn't avoid water. Drinking, bathing, or crossing a river was risky. One wrong step, one careless move, and it was over. Every trip to the water would have been nerve-wracking. You'd watch
Again, I sincerely doubt that Jacalopterus would have any reason to hunt like a crocodile, hunting for things on land. Like, I don't even think living on land would be all that viable, to be honest. Like, what are you going to eat? You'd probably want to hunt Jacalopterus.
Every ripple and shadow, wondering if it was just a fish, or Jacalopterus waiting for the perfect strike. Gorgonopsian. Imagine it's the
wow, 2 clades. 2 entire clades as a single entry. That's great.
Late Permian. And you're stepping outside your shelter just to get some water, thinking it's a normal day.
You're getting water again. How do you know there's not another scorpion in there? Ooh.
When you notice a movement in the shadows and realize something huge is watching you. It's a Gorgonopsian, one of the deadliest predators of its time. Chest high or bigger, with saber teeth as long as your hand and legs built to run faster than you could ever hope to. And the craziest part is that you would have never been able to hear it coming until it was almost on top of you. thanks to their feet that had adapted to hunt without being sensed.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of predators that exist today, because sneaking up on prey is easier than, you know, it knowing that you're there. Hi, Brandy.
These predators weren't just wandering around. They were hunters, and one wrong step.
These predators weren't just wandering around, they were hunters. I don't doubt for a second that this is traced art, like, at all. I don't know exactly what the source is. I think I know what the source is on this head. I've definitely seen that image before. Yeah, fuck it. Meaningless. Meaningless, meaningless, meaningless. Okay, let's look up Gorgonopsid. Let's see. Hold your horses there.
Could make them lunge from behind a tree or rock, with their mouths wide open, ready to rip you to pieces.
There we go. Okay. It's not that one. It's kind of like mid-stride. Is it from Kayakasaurus's diorama? Wikipedia, maybe? Let's take a look, see. No, not AI mode. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. God. Not exactly, but closer. Anos Transevia, maybe? No. Gorgonops, perhaps? We'll check Gorgonops. And if it's not there, it's not quite. Well, again, I don't doubt for a second that this is traced at all. Like, I don't need to be proven on that because I'm a generational hater, and I just... I don't need evidence. Your tears say more than real evidence ever could.
Pieces. The fangs of these beasts were so sharp that they could easily snap through flesh and bone. Another really interesting fact about them was that they were strategic. They could bite, back off, and wait for you to weaken, which meant even one strike could easily end your life.
I don't think that would be their hunting strategy, just because these were saber-toothed animals, and...
Brick
Oh my
Squad
God.
EMS donated $50. Google has become completely enshittified. Borderline useless now.
Jesus. Thank you for the $50. Greatly appreciated.
JWE3 Park build where you parody those Petslip videos by mistreating the hell out of the dinosaurs on purpose.
That would actually be really fucking funny. But yeah, my guess would be that the Gorgonopsid would probably dispatch its prey by, like, pinning them down, as opposed to, like, sort of a bite and back off method, kind of like what we see in Komodo dragons or Megalania. Some of my teeth. Because, like, that's generally what we think that saber-toothed cats were doing, is that they were grabbing their prey, holding it down, and letting the saber teeth do the work, as opposed to just, like, what, slashing them with the teeth and waiting for them to die of blood loss. That just doesn't really add up with what we know about saber-toothed animals.
Everywhere you looked, danger could be hiding. With eyes and a nose far better than yours, humans would have been easy prey. Even just
they're easy prey for things that exist today.
Walking to get water or food became a gamble, because one careless step or glance could be the last thing you ever did. Quetzalcoatlus.
Imagine if tigers were extinct. That looks like AI. So thank you for that. Greatly appreciated. Imagine if tigers were extinct and they were just showing up in these videos. You won't have to imagine it for very long. Soon enough it'll be a reality. But, like, yeah, just imagine. Just imagine.
Quetzalcoatlus was an absolute monster, a pterosaur from the late Cretaceous, with a wingspan bigger than a small airplane.
Oh, it's the fuck... that counts. That is the rebirth Quetzalcoatlus with the stupid little hornbill nose. That is the rebirth Quetz. That absolutely counts. Also, how fucking big are you saying this thing is? Because that's an airplane, and you're saying that is the length That is shorter than one of its wings. You are not saying that the rebirth Quetzalcoatlus is as big as, like, they actually were.
And standing as tall as a giraffe, a pterosaur from the late Cretaceous, with a wingspan bigger than a small airplane.
I'm counting that. You're saying that one of its wings is the size of a small airplane. And this is, of course, the Dominion Quetzalcoatlus. Of course.
And standing as tall as a giraffe, easily matching a grown T-Rex in
T-Rex comparison, that's a bingo.
height. It weighed over 400 pounds, had a long, sharp beak stretching 8 to 10 feet, and could snatch lizards, fish, or even small dinosaurs.
I think the small dinosaurs would have been the main thing. Maybe lizards for younger Quetzalcoatlus. I can imagine that.
Size and its strength, and those massive wings made it a predator, built for both land and air. And for humans,
the wings made it a predator, unlike a lot of birds today, which are not predators.
It would have been nightmare-level danger. It could swallow a human whole. And its beak wasn't just for show. That thing could crush bones or stab anyone who got too close.
Apparently everything could just crush bones.
Like a living weapon built for destruction. On land, it didn't just walk. It ran on 2 legs. Fast.
It's Naruto running. Naruto running. Look at it go. Do you see how you have to fucking bend the wings so badly out of shape in order for this to make any sense? This is David Peters shit? No! Oh, one of my many nemeses. Fucking David. We are fighting dreamers. Oh my lord. Why is he Naruto running? This is hilarious. Good gravy. He's Naruto running on 2 legs. Like, do you not see how ridiculous this looks? To just be like, you know, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not that one.
Fast and powerful, towering over anyone unlucky enough to be near it. You wouldn't stand a chance if it decided you were dinner. But it didn't stop there. It could take to the air, spreading its wings and gliding long distances. Scanning
It didn't stop there. It could become Hokage.
Huge areas, like a flying hunter. From above, it could spot movement, swoop down without warning, and strike with deadly precision. It was probably territorial too, snapping at anything that crossed its path. And even though its bones were hollow for flight, that didn't make it any less deadly. Its speed, size, and power more than made up for fragility. Humans had nothing to defend themselves with. No way to outrun or outfight it, and a single encounter could easily be fatal. Dimetrodon. Dimetrodon lived around...
Once again, like, this is just blatantly the Jurassic World Dominion Dimetrodon. So, we don't have to be technical about it. That is just 100% the Jurassic World Dominion Dimetrodon. Good gravy. I don't know if we're going to get anything else. Well, we've probably... Have we had bad jokes? Has he been joking? It's mostly... It's mostly very AI.
295 million years ago, during the early Permian, and it was a predator you definitely wouldn't want to meet.
How fucking big is this thing? Bro, Dimetrodon was like the size of a Komodo dragon, I want to say. Like, the biggest species were. This thing is enormous. This is also... Like, I know this is traced. I know it is. I've seen this image before.
Some grew over 12 feet long, weighed as much as 550 pounds, and stood about a meter tall at the shoulders. On top of that, its massive sail added another meter to its height, making it look even bigger and more intimidating. A predator built to dominate everything around it. Its skull was enormous, filled with sharp, conical teeth, and its jaws could crush bone and tear through flesh with terrifying...
Everything crushes bone. Like, yeah, we've already got repeating yourself.
Ease. It moved on strong, muscular legs that could lift its body and tail off the ground, letting it run fast, ambush prey, and strike with deadly precision. Dimetrodon wasn't...
It's so huge. Like, you're saying that this thing is like 2 meters tall, including the sail, but it's just towering over people.
Just big. It was fast, powerful,
and
built perfectly to hunt anything in its path.
You said that already.
Your only shot at getting away from this monster would have been hiding, staying completely out of sight, and hoping it didn't notice you. T-Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex was an absolute nightmare, one of the largest and deadliest land predators ever. It stretched over 40 feet long, stood as tall as 18 feet at the hips, and weighed more than a large African elephant. Its skull alone was 5 feet long, filled with teeth longer than a human finger, sharp enough to crush bone.
Longer than a finger?
bone in a single bite. It
Excuse
could run at
me
10
for a
to
moment,
12
I
miles
gotta
per
bring
hour,
another
fast enough to catch a sprinting human. And its huge, powerful legs and heavy tail kept it balanced while hunting. Every step shook the ground, and its roar could echo across the plain.
God damn it, it was playing on its own. I hate when that happens. Yeah, finger? That's what you want to go for? Like, just the roots are the size of my fucking hand. This thing is huge. That is a big fucking tooth. It's the size of a damn banana. This is a dagger. You could kill someone with this thing. I could kill you. You specifically. Fuck, I'll count that as slander. Why not? Goodness gracious. Hello, Zuko. Yeah, you specifically. I could kill you with it.
Filled with teeth longer than a human finger, sharp enough to crush bone in a single bite.
Okay, that's fair. You can crush bone. You can do that. That's fine, T-Rex.
10 to 12 miles per hour, fast enough to catch a sprinting human. And its huge, powerful legs and heavy tail kept it balanced while hunting. Every step shook the ground, and its roar could...
No, they didn't, because... They didn't. T-Rex had pads on its feet, because again... Once again... Sneaking up on prey is easier than having it know that you're there.
Echo across the plains, warning anything nearby that danger was close. T-Rex...
Wow, that sounds like a really inefficient hunting strategy.
...didn't need to chase humans very far. Its size, strength, and bite made one mistake instantly deadly. Even when it wasn't hunting, it could strike with terrifying speed. Its sense of smell was so good, it could track prey over long distances, following humans or other animals without losing their trail. Living in a world with T-Rex would have been terrifying, because humans practically had nothing to defend themselves with. Deinosuchus. Deinosuchus was a true monster. A prehistoric crocodile.
Do we have a butcher pronunciation? Deinosuchus. Deinosuchus. This is my Suchus. Her name is Dana.
That lived 75 to 82 million years ago. It stretched over 30 feet long, weighed as much as 15 tons, and was built to crush anything that got too close.
Could it crush bones? I mean, like, again, Deinosuchus, is that the fucking... With the little spikies on the neck here, you could honestly fool me into thinking that is supposed to be... the creature. The Zoo Tycoon 2 Deinosuchus. Oh, is it the Ark one? Ah. Hold on. Let me look at the Ark one. Yeah, that's probably more like it. It's got like the big long teeth at the front. Oh, is it the exact image that he traced? I think it is. Yep, that's the same one. Look at that. 1 for 1. That's impressive. I really thought it was the Zoo Tycoon 2 one. I'm depressed now.
Jaws were packed with massive, blunt teeth, strong enough to bite through bone and snap canoes like they were twigs.
You really love saying that everything could just crush bones.
Bite force is estimated at over 18 metric tons, enough to crush almost anything in its path. It was an ambush predator, lying in wait along rivers and coasts. From the surface, it could look like just a floating log, hiding until the perfect moment to strike. 1 second, you're standing near the water. The next, it bursts up, dragging you under with a strength no human could resist, even if you saw it coming.
Yeah, like regular crocodiles do that already. That's another thing that lives in India, is mugger crocodiles, which get their name mugger crocodiles because when they fucking explode out of the water to kill you, it's like they're mugging you. Because they do that to people so often.
Escaping would be almost impossible. Its size, speed, and power meant it could pin and drown you in seconds. For humans, living where Deinosuchus roamed would have been terrifying. Every riverbank, every step into shallow water could be your last. One wrong move,
You already said that about
Jacalopterus, and its jaws would end your life instantly. Even staying far from its rivers wouldn't make you safe.
Why?
Just knowing a monster that size could be anywhere nearby would definitely make every day a living hell.
Simply knowing that Deinosuchus exists. Why? How could you possibly survive and keep your sanity? I fucking know that Gustav exists. Or at least existed. I don't know if he's been seen in like 10 years or anything like that, but like, that is a single crocodile that has a reputation as a man-eater. He's out there. Yeah, he just lives in our heads rent-free.
Mosasaurus. Mosasaurus hoffmanni was one of the deadliest predators of the late Cretaceous seas. Most grew over 35 feet long, and some nearly reached 55 feet.
Okay, I was gonna say like around 30 feet seems like an underestimate. That's a more acceptable range.
They could weigh as much as 15 tons, bigger than a bus, and stronger than anything a human could fight. Its body was sleek and streamlined, built for speed, with massive flippers and a tail that could launch it through the water in sudden explosive bursts. Its jaws were packed with 17-centimeter, dagger-like teeth, able to crush shells, bones, or a human in a single bite.
Well, I mean, like, if you want a fucking mosasaur that's designed to crush shells, then what you really want is globidens. The Metrodon picture was traced off a Dmitry Bogdanov piece featuring D. Grandis. I thought so. I kind of figured that was a Dmitry Bogdanov piece, because he's pretty much the guy who does most of, like, the Paleozoic Therapsid guys. I want to say that its bite could crush bones. I want to say that it could, probably. As far as I'm aware, Tylosaurus in particular is known for, like, ramming the shit out of prey with, like, its particularly pointy nose. So that may be one way that they kind of softened up their prey. At least Tylosaurus did. Really, I think that Mosasaurus would probably just, like, rip its prey into chunks and then swallow those whole. Moses is a name that means drawn from the water. Mosasaurus is aquatic. Is there a correlation there? The name Mosasaurus comes from the Meuse River in Denmark? The Netherlands. I always get those two mixed up. In the Netherlands. It is the same river. I think over in the Netherlands it's called the Maastricht River, which is where the Maastrichtian of the Cretaceous comes from. That's the same name that it comes from because it's like same formation and all that.
For anyone swimming in those waters, danger could appear without warning. One moment the sea looks calm, the next a dark shadow glides beneath you. Before you could even react, Mosasaurus could strike. One lunge and your body
a shark could do that too.
Could be torn apart. Half of it gone before you even knew what happened. Hiding behind rocks, clinging to coral, or trying to stay near the surface wouldn't help. It could ram you loose, drag you under, and drown you in seconds. There was practically no safe space in its territory, and once it locked its eyes on you, there was no escaping.
Well, simply fucking Gigantopithecus. Simply don't go into the deep water where mosasaurs live. Meuse in France, Moss in the Netherlands. Got it. Okay.
Gigantopithecus blacki was the largest ape that ever lived.
Big
a true giant of the forests. Standing close to 10 feet tall and weighing more than 600 pounds, it towered over any human who might have crossed its path. Its body was built with massive shoulders, powerful arms, and jaws strong enough to grind tough bamboo into pulp. It wasn't a predator, but its size alone made it dangerous. Walking through
Guys, the giant panda wasn't a predator, but its size alone made it dangerous. Call it Blackie, that's a slur. As far as I'm aware, like, species epithets that end in I can either go, like, E or I. I usually just go for I, because it usually sounds weird enough that people know, like, oh, he's got to be referring to the species epithet and not just saying, like, something with an E on the end, like you could get with Blackie there. Like, if I said Gigantopithecus black eye, then it's just like, oh, that's probably more, that's the species epithet. Hi. Like, if I said Baryonyx walkery, that just sounds a bit off. It sounds like walkery? What's a walkery? If I say walker eye, then it's like, oh, species epithet.
Through the dense jungles of Asia during the Ice Age, you could hear heavy cracks of branches ahead, not from the wind, but from something moving on two legs, taller than a doorway and wider than a man. If you stepped too close to where it was feeding, it could charge in an instant. One swing of its enormous arm could shatter bones, and a shove could—
Why would it do that? Why would it do that? Why would it do that? Like, You understand that this is a relative of orangutans, right? Orangutans are the chillest motherfuckers. They are so chill. It's like, yeah, you got too close. It got too close to me. Like, even gorillas, who are also huge dudes, like, if you don't go out of your way to piss them off, then you're good. They'll chill with you.
Could send you crashing into the trees. Even if you were only gathering fruit, the risk was everywhere. Gigantopithecus could simply knock you down without effort, and in the narrow jungle paths, there would be nowhere to escape. Climbing a tree wouldn't save you, because it could reach, pull, or follow with terrifying ease. For a mother protecting her young, the danger grew even greater. Her reaction would be fast and unstoppable, and no human could withstand the force. Though it ate only plants, an encounter with Gigantopithecus could still be fatal.
Okay, wow. Just ends, huh? Thank God that's over. Well, we got through quite a bit of sludge today. That was something. My throat hurts. I'm tired. My throat is very unhappy with me. I would like to stop and rest and feed my cat because she's very hungry. Did we get a I think we got a bingo, yeah? Yeah. We got like 2. We got 2.
Gigantopithecus is reaching.
He's reaching for his piece! Because he does have a gun after all, lest we forget. We'll do bugs next time. I'm very sorry. That's our sludge. Sludge it up. I'm exhausted. This has been an exhausting experience. I hope that we salvage that one towards the end, because that was rough at the start, and I apologize for that greatly. So, I'm gonna go. We'll probably do more Doom tomorrow. Oh, my throat hurts. I'm gonna go. Yeah. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for all the donations. It's been a lot today. Have a good one. I appreciate it.